swear to tell the truth before this commission? If so, say I do. I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, so the way this works is we have our case. We will have a chance to ask staff questions after they present their report, and then anyone who would like to speak in favor of a case will have a chance to speak. Anybody who would like to speak against the case will have a chance to speak, and then we will, once we are satisfied with the information, we'll close the case, talk amongst ourselves, have a chance to ask staff more questions, and then we'll vote. So that's kind of how we work. So, yes, yeah, and there's an opportunity for before we close, for the applicant to come back up and answer any questions that you all might have. So with that, we will begin with the first, we'll start with roll call. Make sure we're all here.
Okay. Commissioner Ferguson.
Here.
Commissioner Nesbitt.
Here.
Commissioner Preston.
Here.
Commissioner L. Wiley.
Here.
And Chairman McLean.
Here. Thank you. Okay, now we will begin with our consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to pull case 23-600-02.
All right. We're going to pull case 23-600-02 from the consent agenda. Commissioners, have you had a chance to look at the minutes, both sets?
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we're ready for roll call.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt.
Yes.
Commissioner Preston.
Yes.
Commissioner L. Wiley.
Yes.
And Chairman McLean.
Yes. The minutes have been approved. Okay. Case number 23-600-02, special sign permit for 3232 South Nolan Road. A request by DPAC to approve a special sign permit. Staff, can you give us a report, please?
Okay, this is case 23-600-02, an LED message center located on a wall sign at Cargo Largo on Nolan Road.
Madam Chair, order here. Have we already not approved this? Does it have to have another A or B after it, Counselor? Since this got approved last time?
Well, yeah, is this the same case number as it was before?
Yes.
To make things clear, it would be reasonable if we wanted to differentiate this case number from the case that has already been approved, recognizing it's the same issue, just make sure we're consistent with the minutes. So if we, so it's currently 23-600-02, either, add another -01, add an A, add a .2 or something like that. I would, defer to Mr. Harker on what would, but I think it would be reasonable to differentiate it somehow, given that technically you already have approved this, and that way we can make sure that the record is consistent and reflects accurately what you all have done. Can we do something like that?
The easiest thing for record keeping would be to call it 03.
Okay.
03, okay.
There you go.
Okay, so we are changing the case number, case request 23-600-03.
And to explain why we're doing this, again, this is a revision to a previously approved special sign permit. There was an error in the presentation as far as the location of where this sign was going to be placed. The staff report and presentation last time had said it was going to be on the south side of the building, and as your report states, it is been corrected to indicate that it is on the east side facing Nolan Road. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
All other facts in this matter are as we dealt with at O2.
We're only looking at direction change, right?
Yeah, right. Rather than it being on the south side of the building, it's on the east side of the building.
that's correct.
And all other facts are the same.
That is correct.
Therefore, we can dispense with all of the,
The presentation. yeah.
thank you.
That's fine.
Brian's going to start singing in a minute. He'll be so happy.
If that's the only matter,
Well, the reason I brought it up is back, like I said last time, the way I thought it was showed was going to be on the east side. I just disagree having it there because basically, if you drive down Nolan Road, you look where that sign is. If you were heading northbound, you will not be able to see that sign when the trees are there because it's the hill that Nolan Road dips down. So my opinion, people are going to try to want to see that. It might cause distraction since there's a stoplight, 2 stoplights in that 1 block area. I disagree having that sign put there. Plus also, it faces the high school, and what are kids going to do? They're going to sit there and stare out at that sign all day long. So that's why I disagree having that sign put there. I didn't mind it on the south side, but on the east side, I have to disagree with it.
If I
Commissioner,
could interject something, you might want to let the applicant also do their presentation
okay.
Oh, they hear?
and give their argument
what-
first before you begin discussion.
Well, the question, in as much as your presentation is substantially over, we're going to crucify you for a moment. I had a problem with it moving from the south side to the east side. However, they could take it off the building and put it right up against the highway, and that would still be in compliance. On the building, it is substantially removed from Nolan Road. I don't know if they thought that process through. They may have been better served put it on the south side, but that's their business. Its sign is smaller than it could be. It could be even closer to the road. And if they want to do it that way, wouldn't be my suggestion.
Well, let's do this first. Let's have the applicant come up
Yeah.
before we hammer this out, so that we have all the facts. Will the applicant come forward, please? And please state your name.
D. Pack.
Can I just do name? Thank you.
Can I answer a specific question?
I forgot to talk. Yes, name and address, please.
Name and address. D. Pack, 4900 West 83rd Terrace, Prairie Village, Kansas, 66207.
Thank you. So if you could explain just, I think like both of us had the same, I just assumed it would be facing east because that to me made sense. So when we voted and realized it was on the south, I was a little confused. Can you explain how that happened?
Well, I'm not sure that I can explain how the confusion happened because in our application we state that it's on the east side and we show where. So I'm not sure how the confusion happened, but we have intended always to have it on the east side. That way it can address both the northbound and southbound traffic. We feel that it has more exposure there, so that was the thinking behind having it on the east side.
Okay.
Why did you choose to put it on the building when you really could have put it as a monument sign even closer to Nolan Road?
Well, I think there were a couple of reasons. One, we felt it had more visibility on the building. It's higher off the ground. And the other, just as a practical matter, we would have to deal with the railroad to put it on the road, and that is a difficult task at best.
Madam Chair, well, I see why you can't put it on the ground because of the hill. Have you noticed, though, when you go northbound, if you had that sign sitting there, you would not be able to see 3/4 of that sign?
No, have not noticed that.
Okay, so that's what I'm stating, is that if you put that sign there, people heading northbound, because it goes down, will not be able to see the sign. Now, if you come southbound, you can see the sign, but northbound, you can't. So that's why I'm in disagree of letting you guys put that sign there, plus also because it faces a school, and kids are going to sit there and watch your display go all the time. That is one reason, another reason why I disagree with having that sign put there.
So a couple comments on that. One, the brush alongside both the east and west sides of the railroad track is pretty high. This is in the railroad's right-of-way. We are told that when the crossing gets open, they are obligated to clear that 300 feet of each side of the crossing. So we don't see what you're seeing in terms of the sign not being visible, but certainly that should help that. As to students being distracted by the sign, being a sort of a lifelong student myself, I'm distracted by a lot of things. And I would get bored pretty quickly by looking at a sign like that. One of the things, and I think we put this in the application, is that we're willing to devote some portion of the time that the sign is displaying to public service announcements. So if there's something that we can do toward education and having kids focus on their studies, then we'll consider that.
I'd have to disagree with you on that, Nolan Road with the railroad, because what you're saying, it's a hill, and I drive a tall truck, so that's why I say I can see about 1/4 of the sign, but there's trees there. I know they're not going to take down the trees. In fact, right now, I know the City of Independence mows Nolan Road side of the railroad. They pay to do that. So, but the west side, I don't know who's going to maintain it. I don't know if Cargo Largo's going to maintain it or the railroad, because the railroad only comes by once a year and sprays to kill everything. That's how they do it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the sign is a legal sign. It's legal if it were put on the ground, just on the east side of the tracks, next to the road. It's a legal sign if it's put on the building. I don't think it's the role of this commission to manage the affairs of Cargo Largo. That, while we may have an opinion at a personal level as to our preference, it's not our business. It's a legal sign. Case closed.
I don't think it's a legal sign. That's why we're got a
Commissioner,
special
it's a
permit.
legal sign.
Isn't
He
it?
can put that sign on the ground or on the wall.
Brian, is it a legal sign?
If it were not a legal sign, then
Yeah.
why are we having an application?
Well,
It's a special permit.
that's why you're getting a special sign permit. It's within the overall percentage, obviously, for the square footage for the
For the building.
east side of the building, because it's huge.
In other words, the sign could
but-
be even larger than it is.
Yes, but the total sign. But what I mean by total sign is the Cargo Largo and the electronic message center sign. The purpose of the special sign permit has to do in the relation of the size of the electronic message center sign as compared to the part that's Cargo Largo. They exceed the percentage for that total signage use of one type of signage. But they
In
don't,
other
but they
words,
don't exceed.
Brian,
the
am I
allowance
correct,
for-
am I
for square
correct to
footage.
say the uniqueness of the sign is the reason that we need a special use permit?
Yes,
But if it were just an ordinary sign, neon, bleon, whatever, of that size, it would be a legal sign.
it would be perfectly fine, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Nesbitt.
Are there any other questions of the applicant? Y'all fight amongst yourself, but any
I-
other questions?
I think we need to just get this thing done and let them get that business open.
Okay, well,
It's open.
Is it open?
do either of you have any more questions of the applicant?
Well, I think the only application, are you happy with the sign?
As proposed?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm happy with your sign. Nesbitt, are you happy with this sign?
No.
Well, then I move for approval. Oh, wait, no, we're
No,
not.
we got things to do here. We got people to talk to. Thank you. You can be seated. Is there anyone here who would like to speak for this case? Somebody better take a little drink of your coffee or something,
It's Ginger
or that.
Rogers.
Is there anyone here to speak against this case? All right, hearing none. Are there any more questions of the applicant before I close this public hearing? Okay, this portion of the public hearing is closed. Commissioners, any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion we approve case 23-600-03.
And I second that motion.
Thank you. And we can call for a vote.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
No.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner L. Wiley,
Yes.
and Chairman McLean.
Yes. Case number, oh my gosh, no, stop looking at each other. Case number 23-600-03 has been approved. And thank you for your commitment to independence and all that you're doing. Okay, oopsies. Okay, next case is one that was before continued, case number 23-150-01, Comprehensive Plan Amendment, 1901 South Woods Chapel Road. And you're going to discuss both of these cases together, correct? Okay,
Yes, so
but
it's
we'll
the
deal with them
comprehensive.
separately.
So the two cases are, first, the comprehensive plan case, which is 23-12508, and as you see there, the second one, 23-15001 for the actual rezoning of the property. The applicant is North Point.
Madam Chair, hold up. I don't think we got that in our packets, did we? No, we did not get these in our packets. Because I thought it was continued. That's why we must not got them in our packets.
We have the big one, but it's like we have part of it.
We got
Sorry.
23-150-01? I never saw it. That's why we're all sitting there fumbling around because I haven't seen it.
So
Are they continued or
So
we're
here
supposed
they
to have?
are, but it's
they,
like we
they
don't
were
have the front
continued
part.
cases.
No, that's not this one.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is it?
No.
We have the continued case 23-12508. But it's,
How
well,
did you get
you're just special.
You're special. I feel like I do, this is so big, it's just, I don't know what's
So,
happening.
But it doesn't matter, they've been continued.
No, they're not being,
No, we're hearing.
We're going to hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I
Oh,
don't
we're
have
not
them.
continued, they were continued to this date, that's right.
yes.
Correct.
So you have hard staff reports of both cases? Okay,
Still looking.
okay.
I do not have 23-150-01.
I do not either.
I don't either. Yeah, so I mean, I think all I'm missing is the points, like the report.
So you're missing the report itself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I think I've got the content, just like, right? You've got the,
No, I don't think I don't know if I got content or not.
I have nothing.
No, that's the short-term rental, and I got the other.
Well,
I have nothing.
why don't he proceed with the presentation?
Yeah.
We just work without it.
yeah.
I guess we'll have to.
We can proceed with the presentation.
I'll go ahead and make our presentation, and in the interim, he'll make some hard copies for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Okay.
And the next one, too.
So the applicant for the Arrow Apartments is North Point Development. The actions here include a rezoning with a preliminary development plan and also the comprehensive plan amendment as well. So looking at the vicinity map here, this is at the far southeastern corner of our city, abutting Blue Springs there at the Woods Chapel I-70 interchange, the wooded area just off what Blue Springs calls Jefferson, but on our maps in Independence, we call East I-70 Frontage Road. So, which is what goes by the mini storage facility that is also zone commercial that's immediately south of this property here, as you can see. So we've got commercial, of course, in our city to the south where the mini storage is. And then we have, of course, there's in Blue Springs, commercially zoned properties in their city across Woods Chapel to the east. Got single-family residential in Blue Springs up there to the northwest. We've got a large lot residential immediately to the north, house on the big acreage there. And then Stone Canyon is the single-family neighborhood that lies to the west. So the comprehensive plan envisions this area to be business park. Of course, the rest of our city to the northwest is envisioned to be residential in use and is in fact what is currently occupying those lands. So here's the basic site plan of the property. Property's history, well, this is I'll go through that quickly. We'll come back to the drawings. This is a request by North Point Development to rezone this property from District C2 General Commercial to District R30 PUD High Density Residential Plan Unit Development and approve a preliminary development plan, and also the other case, a request to amend the city's comprehensive plan for this property generally located at the northwest corner of the Woods Chapel Road I-70 interchange. The 15.75 acre property has had its C2 zoning designation since 1980, a time just after the annexation into the city that occurred in 1975. The property has been heavily wooded and undeveloped tracts for more than a decade. It says decade here, for decades. Physical characteristics of the property. The tract has somewhat uneven topography, but does not rise or fall off greatly at the rights of way. Portions of the wooded areas along the northern and western perimeters of the property will remain to provide a buffer with the surrounding uses. Access to the property will be provided by what is now a stub street at the Woods Chapel Road, Artie Mize Duncan Road intersection. Characteristics of the area: the properties around the site, both in Independence Blue Springs and in unincorporated Jackson County are nearly all developed single-family developments lying to the north and west, with a large semi-rural lot immediately to the north. Northeast of the property are undeveloped lots. To the south is the mini storage facility, which lies between the proposed development and the MoDOT right-of-way. And then over in Blue Springs to the east, gas station convenience stores to the east lie across Woods Chapel Road. In short, this is a developed area with existing infrastructure. The proposal, North Point Development seeks approval for Era Apartments, a new 15.75 acre apartment community to be located, like we said, at that intersection of the highway. The development will be built in one phase. Era Apartments will have approximately 320 units with a mix of studio, one bedroom, and two bedroom apartments. The starting rents will be around $1,250 to $1,300 per month and go up to $2,200 per month for the larger two-bedroom units. The proposed development will contain approximately 65% studio and one-bedroom units, which will result in roughly 208 units that are in the workforce affordable range per the housing study, which is monthly rents of $1,400 or below. The remainder of the larger two-bedroom units will be considered market rate and will fill the remaining demand in the study. North Point also requests 25-foot building setbacks from the rights of way to promote a street-friendly development environment. The applicant further requests that a proposed tree buffer along the north and west sides of the property be accepted as the needed landscape buffers. This planned unit development has not been reviewed for final engineering design compliance. All development engineering must be designed in accordance with the City of Independence standards and specifications prior to approval of the final platted development plan. Doing an analysis of this based upon the comprehensive plan and strategic plan for the city, it's consistent with the city's strategic plan. The proposal relates to the goal of, quote, achievability, choice, access, health, and safety through a quality built environment through building new housing units to fill a market need. And it's in keeping with the comprehensive plan's guiding land use principles of the Imagine Independence 2040 comprehensive plan, which, by the way, I said has designated this for business park uses. The guiding land use principle most pertinent to the proposed residential zoning and use is to, quote, facilitate the development and connected mixed-use neighborhoods where appropriate. So an analysis of the zoning the applicant proposes, again, R30 PUD zoning. That zoning allows for multiple family housing, home-based daycare, government facilities, churches, schools, utilities, cemeteries, and various agricultural uses. Districts C2 allows for retail, office, restaurants, banks, business and personal improvement services, hotels, construction services, daycare, nursing home, government facilities, churches, employment agencies, funeral services, internment services, schools, universities, veterinary services, sports facilities, medical services, and different repair services and agricultural uses. As far as the being in the area of historic or archaeological importance, There are no apparent issues with this property. Public utilities, like I said, this is an area that's been developed, are all around it. So the water, sewer, and electrical services are all available nearby. A water main extension must be City of Independence water main in a 15-foot easement, not in the rights of way. Sewer, while available, may be served through a private lift station. Environmental and stormwater and stream buffer issues. This is a fairly high piece of land. The property is neither in a floodplain nor near a stream that would require any accompanying stream buffer zones. The property will drain to the southwest where a detention pond will be sited. Building elevations. The 5 proposed buildings will be arranged in a circle. Buildings 4, and I'll go back to the picture in a minute. Buildings 4 and 5 will front R.D. Mize with a parking lot behind. Building 1 will set back from the Duncan Road entrance, which will be signalized, by the way. There's already a traffic light there. Buildings 1, 2, and 3 will be arranged around a pond with a parking lot circling around the property. The property's FAR coverage will be 70%. Buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 will be 194,500, 65,500, 59,000, 65,500, and 65,500 in area. The 4-story apartment structures will have white and gray and black cement lap siding and black cement fascia and redwood cementous accent siding. Additionally, there are 1 and in some places 2-story white blend stone veneer wainscots that will wrap around the buildings, including around the garage doors and around the ground level windows and doors. There are no CIP investments impacting this development. The traffic study. The traffic study indicates that traffic signal modifications and turn lane installations are necessary at R.D. Mize and Duncan Road, as well as there are existing concerns during the PM peak for the westbound movement at the intersection of Jefferson Street and R.D. Mize Road / or at least at that point, that's Woods Chapel Road. Levels of service decreased and poor operation of westbound approach were noted on the recent development where recommended improvements included a left lane turn and possible signalization. Those recommendations were dismissed, and the current operation continues to be worsening during the PM peak hours. Consideration should be made for the installation of a westbound left turn lane and signalization at Jefferson Street and Woods Chapel Road, and coordinated traffic signal timings to improve the westbound approach to Jefferson Street at Woods Chapel Road. The R.D. Mize Duncan Road traffic signal modification required for this development will include, but are not limited to, an eastbound left turn, minimum 100 feet of storage length, with a new left turn signal ahead of a flashing yellow arrow, an eastbound through right, losing my place here, through right turn lane with 2 signal heads, one on a mast arm and one on a post. A northbound left turn lane restriping a minimum of with a minimum of 100 feet of storage length, with a new left turn signal head and a flashing yellow arrow. And for the westbound left turn lane, remove and replace the left turn signal head with a flashing yellow signal. As far as the amenities that the applicant has envisioned or indicated for this development, would include an outdoor amenity deck with a heated saltwater pool, walking trail around a central pond with an outdoor yoga deck, fitness center, and an off-leash dog park. Real quickly, we'll go through the housing study summary. From the recent study completed in 2021, it was shown that 19% of the residents surveyed preferred multifamily housing options in buildings larger than 6 units. The study also indicated renters occupying 35% of all units in Independence. The study identified this area of the proposed development as stable and transitional, with neighborhoods experiencing market-driven reinvestment, but still required people-based public realm and catalytic investments to fully stabilize. The focus to stabilize neighborhoods in the area is to support the market with strategic investments and to prevent decline by maintaining public assets. The investment is primarily market-driven. The study also identified the vacancy rates of larger scale multifamily housing falling over the last decade to 4%, with asking rental rates growing by 40%, indicating a growing demand for market rate multifamily units. Per the study, the asking rates for healthier markets in 2021 were $1,200 for a 1-bedroom and $2,200 for a 3-bedroom units, which would be in line with the currently active Trinity Woods and the Azure apartment complexes. The study also pointed out that the dominant housing type in Independence is the single-family home, with the current ratio of single-family to multifamily being similar in Independence as throughout Jackson County. As the trends shift over the next 20 years, the market concludes that there is a need for a diversity of housing types to retain and or attract residents, particularly for young families and seniors. While the single family will continue to be the dominant housing type, there will be more demand for maintenance-free homes and, of course, quality multifamily options. The study identified that over the next 20 years, there is a predicted demand for 450 rental units for workforce affordable housing, with rental rates of $750 to $1,400 per month. There is also a predicted demand of 300 rental units of market rate housing with rents up to $1,400 per month. Now, I will go over, before we go through the pictures, let's go back over the drawings a little bit that I skipped over. So this is the site plan, and it shows that the layout of those buildings. As I noted, the two in the northeast they're asking to have those slightly closer than code normally requires, so they can have that more pedestrian oriented toward the road. And then that interior is a circle, as you can see. This shows the topography of the area. You can see.
Brian, stop
Yes.
for a second. Okay, so you're saying northeast, that's the ones next to RD Mize, or? that's the
Yeah,
one-
those are actually closer to the right-of-way than our code would require, and that's what one of the allowances that's in the PUD that's noted is they want that 25-foot setback there.
Oh, in other words, it's supposed to have been a farther setback.
Right.
Okay.
But this
I
is
misunderstood that. I thought they were setting it back
This
farther.
puts it, this way the parking's behind, and that puts that up closer to the sidewalk. Applicant will probably explain it a little more a little later. And this shows the topography right here.
It's hard to see on that. I mean, we do have that piece of paper, so I can look at it.
So, and then this shows the trees they want to save on the perimeter to fulfill their buffering needs. And then this actually shows landscaping as far as parking lot landscaping. They'll have to have a more detailed landscaping plan with their final development plan, which will include, I can tell you, more landscaping around the buildings than would be depicted here as well. So here are the elevations of these 4-story buildings, and you can see garage doors on some of the elevations here, down on the first floor. So this is the site. Look, if you pull in from that intersection where the traffic light is at Duncan and Woods Chapel, and go nose in first, where the stub street is, looking directly into the property to the west. And then this is turned around looking the other way. So you're looking toward east toward Duncan Road. So Artie Mize is to your left and Woods Chapel's to your right. And then this is looking south on Woods Chapel toward I-70. And then this is Jefferson, which is that intersection a block to the south that has a stop sign and is not a controlled intersection. The other way is the frontage road that goes to the commuter parking lot and in the mini storage facility that lies farther to the west. And this is looking toward that mini storage facility there down I-70 frontage road. And this is standing on I-70 frontage road, looking northeast across the mini storage and the hilltop there where the apartments would be, the forested area back there. And then this is another view of it there, so you can see where the development would be. This is from north of, about a block north of Duncan Road, looking southwest directly at the property. And then this is the backside of Stone Canyon to the northwest of the property. And then this is looking back into Blue Springs to the northeast. Staff recommends approval of the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning preliminary development plan. The following conditions. Now, those conditions are for the rezoning preliminary development plan PUD. We'll need 2 votes. The first vote, one vote, will need to be for the comprehensive plan amendment, and then all these conditions are tied to this rezoning preliminary development plan. Number 1, prior to the issuance of any building permits, plat and record of the lot, or plat and record the lot. Number 2, when the final development plan is submitted, trees and shrubs must be provided around the perimeters of the buildings. And number 3, the stands of trees abutting the west and north perimeters and the required residential buffers must be preserved along the southern property line. A standard high-intensity landscaping buffer with a 6-foot opaque screen must be provided. North Point also requests, like I spoke of earlier, a 25-foot building setbacks from the rights-of-ways to promote a street-friendly development. Number 5, the final development plan should provide an elevation of the entry signs and features. Number 6, include elevations of the trash enclosures and the detached garages with the final development plan. Number 7, the units will be addressed on the final development plan, and I will actually help do the addressing. Number 8, the water main extension must be COI water mains with a 15-foot easement not in the rights of way. Number 9, the R.D. Mize Road and Duncan Road traffic signal modifications required for this development will include, but are not limited to, eastbound left turn lane, minimum 100 feet storage length, and a new left turn signal head with flashing yellow. 11, eastbound through right turn lane with 2 signal heads, one on a mast arm and one on a post. 12, northbound left turn lane restriping, minimum 100 feet storage length, and a new left turn signal head with flashing yellow. 13, westbound left turn lane, remove and replace the left turn signal head with a flashing yellow arrow and signal head. Number 14, westbound right turn lane modification to a through right travel lane, no pavement marking, and 2 new traffic signal heads, one on the mast arm and one on the post. 15, pedestrian signal improvements to cross R.D. Mize and the development entrance. New posts should match existing black-coated traffic signal structures. 16, the development shall install video detection cameras capable of existing video detection system for eastbound approach. And number 17, the traffic signal design and improvement shall include review of interconnectivity, communication, fiber wireless capability, and plan to make improvements to allow R.D. Mize and Duncan traffic signals to communicate with the Operation Greenlight ATMS. And that completes my staff report, and I'm ready to take any questions.
Thank you. Well done. Commissioners, any questions of the staff before we bring the applicant forward?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, Brian, so R.D. Mize is Independence Road or Blue Springs Road?
I need to talk to municipal services, but I believe that
Well, you
the
believe,
signal infrastructure is our infrastructure, from what I heard.
well,
I was told.
who maintains the road? Blue Springs or Independence?
I believe it's Independence.
But we don't know for sure? Okay, I got people shaking their heads out there.
Blue Springs does all the plowing.
I think the traffic signals we're in charge of, but I think they do the pavement. And
Well, that's a good question there, because, I mean, we're asking them to do traffic signals that maybe Blue Springs doesn't like, so, I mean, we've got to make sure we work this out correctly, it sounds like. Might have a problem there.
yeah, I mean, we can check with municipal services about
Okay.
that. So.
Another question, though, on Jefferson Street, did the traffic survey get down that far, or did they just do Duncan Road?
Okay, you might need to talk to the applicant, and they
Okay,
have a
okay,
little
so
bit more
they
on
did
it.
that themselves
A little
then,
bit
the
of that.
applicant did?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know, because I mean, my opinion, what I'm seeing there, because I've traveled Jefferson Street and I've turned there, that's an iffy spot. If we're gonna add another 700 cars there, that's gonna be really an iffy spot, because that is a second way in and out of this project, correct? I mean, it says fire access, I don't know if that's a road or if that's just gonna be dirt there. Is there only one way in and out of this place?
I believe, and this is the wrong,
I'm
I
not gonna
believe
figure-
that's a fire.
Is that just grass for emergency? Is that all that is?
No, I think it's paved, but
Okay, I guess we need
it's
to
just
ask. Well,
for fire access.
that's what I'm saying. Is it not gonna be for people to go in and out of? What do you got? You got something else, John? Well, I'm looking at this one here, and it says fire access right here. And then that right there, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that gonna be a second in and out, or is it just got one? in
Yeah,
and
I
out?
think it's something the fire department required that we
Well, I know a
have.
lot of them require having a way for emergency people to drive across the grass to get to something. I've seen that put in. That's
Well,
why-
that, I mean, this indicates that being a paved surface. I mean,
Okay, well, we'll ask the applicant. So my next question is going to be, you did touch on the water extension. Now, are they going to pay for all that stuff, or is that something we, the taxpayer, has to pay for?
I'm,
You don't know? Okay.
where I'm
then
not,
also-
I'm not, that's a water department
Well,
question.
I was told
I
that there,
can't answer.
there's not enough utility support out here for this project at this time. So that's why I'm trying to figure out who's going to make all the upgrades. I mean, I'll wait and talk to the people about it again, so. But I just want to make sure that if you knew anything I didn't know about that. So it doesn't sound like it, so. Okay, that's it for right now. Thank you.
Brian,
Yes,
the 185-foot notice, and I'm saying only 24 parties listed. Now, admittingly, I don't have the other packet. I'm just a bit taken back because I cannot imagine in 185 feet there are only 24 property owners. So essentially my question is,
well, I'm looking at this and I know anything with an S is an Independence address. The NWs are Blue Springs. They would be on the other side of the street. White Sands Court is the street that abuts to the west.
so we're saying only 24 property owners of Independence would be affected by the proposed project?
24 would abut.
Oh, no.
No, what I'm saying, there should be, if this is correct, and we can double check, there should be 24. There should be, this list should be exhaustive of all the property owners with properties within 185 feet. If there are multiple properties owned by one company, they just got listed once. So,
Intuitively, this list does not appear to be complete. I don't know how we test that, but I'm reasonably certain that there are more than 24 property owners in Independence within 185 feet of this site, this 16 acre plot. Is there a way you can pull up the parcels? Because I don't think this is complete.
Josh is going to run a buffer on a GIS program. It'll take about 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Well, Madam Chair, just a quick count going off what I just saw here. Looks like to me there's at least 16 houses that back up to this property area. That's on, looks like the Independence side. If you're going to go to the Blue Spring side, looks like you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
We can't
7,
count
8, 9.
those.
Yeah, they're houses. This is what's on the,
Google Earth.
that's what's on the Google map thing. So that's houses. So I'm saying that you're already over your 24. Yes, it does not look like we got a proper 185 feet message.
Are you counting properties in Blue Springs?
I was counting property in Blue Springs.
We
yes.
can't count Blue
We
Springs.
can't count it?
No, it should be included.
We are
And
acting on behalf of Blue Springs
There
now?
are Blue Springs
Yeah, there's
addresses
Blue
on this
Springs addresses
list.
on here, Northwest Harbor.
Northwest Harbor Core, all of those are Blue Springs.
And it looks like maybe there should have been something on
Sunny
Northwest
Lane Drive.
Airport, but I don't see that listed on here.
Madam Chair, I propose we take a few minutes recess for fix our makeup while council considers what's being discussed.
Yeah, it's fine. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back at, 7 something, 7:03. Something.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order at 7:06. And I have no idea where we left off, other than 185 feet.
I think Rick was making a determination as to the actual number of houses, if it were different than the 24.
Josh?
Yeah, Josh is making
He's not back,
yeah, but
so
I
we're
think,
still on hold.
we don't know, but we're much more confident that it's pretty, probably accurate.
Is it accurate?
It looks like it is, because,
Yeah.
because it's a 5-acre buffer on the north side, so they had to go 5, that's why those houses didn't count. So, yes.
So it appears to be accurate. Is it accurate?
We will find out shortly.
We'll just hold until he make that determination. Thanks, Rick.
Why don't we go ahead with the presentation? Doesn't hurt anything, does it?
Well, do we have a valid application?
We believe so.
Counselor, do we have a valid application?
Yes, you have a valid application.
Even if the number is more than 24?
If it turns out, it doesn't change the validity of the application. That if it turns out there is a notice issue, that's separate from being a valid application.
All right. Madam
Okay?
Chair.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the applicant forward and state your name and address, please. No, this is the extra one, or this is the one to replace the one you didn't have. Would you like to hear Josh's answer? While you're queuing up, Josh, do you want to give us?
Yes, so regarding the number of people that received notices, 24 is an accurate number. There were several properties that had the same owners, so they received one notification letter. So there were a total of 30 parcels that were within 185 feet, and then if you account for those parcels with the same owners, that comes down to 24.
Thank you.
And I have I printed it off if you want to take a look at that, double
Yes.
check. But okay.
Thank you.
right, good evening. Brad Haymond, 3315 North Oak Trafficway, Kansas City, Missouri. Looking forward to presenting tonight. Thank you for the time tonight to talk a little bit about our project that's being proposed. So a little bit about North Point. I'll try and be brief here. I think many of you are probably familiar with us a little bit more from our industrial side of our business. So we have two real sides that we've really invested in from the beginning of our company's history, and that is the industrial side, which you've seen here in the community. The other side is our multifamily side. So industrial has really kind of grown pretty rapidly for us the early years of the company. We're really coast to coast on that, but multifamily has really stayed true to our headquarters here in Kansas City and really invested in a number of our communities in and around Kansas City. For our multifamily, so we have done about 23 projects here in and around Kansas City. One thing that we always like to highlight is our management. So we self-manage all of our multifamily properties, and we have typically won a number of awards for our management team through the Apartment Association of Kansas City. So we truly pride ourselves on how our properties not only look, but how they manage and, you know, how they look over the history of the project and really be invested in the community as well. We engage in a lot of the EDCs and just community businesses and events that are ongoing and really pride ourselves on how the community functions and being a part of the community. Just a quick overview of the site location. I think many of you are familiar where we're talking. It's ultimately the northwest corner there at I-70 and R.D. Mize Road. As we go into the site plan, we can address a couple of comments here that came up. So we did try to be cognizant with the neighborhood just to our west of us as well to come up with a site plan that we felt was appropriate for the area, as well as kept in mind the neighbors that we're going to be adjoining next to on the west side of us. We talked a little bit about, or the staff talked a little bit about the two buildings that are alongside R.D. Mize Road. We typically like to push our buildings a little bit closer to the street there, primarily for two reasons on this site. One is this site, as it grades out, is a pretty big hole. There's a large ravine that kind of goes down through the middle of it. So pushing those buildings a little bit closer to the road helps with the grading of the site. The other thing is we like the way it looks aesthetically. We feel like it gives it a really good street presence and a pedestrian kind of walkway along the road. It also helps to keep the cars located behind the building, which I think also just helps aesthetically as you drive down the road. You're not looking at a parking lot, you're looking at these big, nice buildings that are set there alongside. So the site is ultimately, it's a $68 million investment. There's 5 total buildings. So you see the one large building that has an integrated clubhouse to it. That's where the leasing office would be. That's where all the amenities would be. You see on the plan the swimming pool on the back side of that. We have, a full amenity of Class A multifamily amenities that includes fitness centers. We do usually like a dry sauna or a steam sauna. We do package rooms that are indoors. We usually do a pet spa of some kind as well, since a lot of our renters do have pets. So a wide range of the Class A amenities you would expect to see. One thing too I'll touch on the site plan while I have it up is I think there was a question about the access. So everything is programmed to come in right off R.D. Mize Road there on that main entrance. There is a secondary connection that is really just for fire department use only. It would have a gate there. It would not be accessed throughout the day. Everything would come and go from that main entering point. Our elevations that we're proposing, so It's a 4-story product. You have a lot of attached garages. You have, the exterior is made up of a stone veneer and mostly a cementitious lap siding of different varieties to give you some different looks. And then you also have the wood-like panels as well that is usually a Nichiha or some other type of product that has the appearance of wood but stays true to the color and lasts over time as well. So talking about the neighborhood to our west, we had a neighborhood meeting with our neighbors there to hear some of their concerns about the project and tried to make sure that we were cognizant of those and addressed as many as we possibly could. So one thing was the tree buffer. We are planning to keep a large tree buffer between us and the houses there to the west. We went ahead and did a couple of cut sections just to kind of illustrate how our buildings would sit, what you would see or not see from the neighborhoods. So this is actually, there's a recent Google Maps Street View of the cul-de-sac right there. And so we took that screenshot and overlaid where the roof height would be of our buildings. So as you can see, it's just below the tree canopy line there. And with the terrain, and the length of buffer there, we are keeping a minimum of 185 feet from the northwest. If you see the section AA cut there, there's 185 feet setback from our buildings from the property line. And then there's also a little bit of tree buffer on the other side of that property line as well too. From section BB, it's about 250 feet from the property line that our buildings set back. So we did try to push those as far away from the property line on the west to give as much buffer as we can. One thing we'll also show on the landscape plans, we will add evergreen trees as well too along that west side of our property to help give some good landscape and tree buffer in the wintertime as well too when the leaves are off the trees on some of the others. I wanted to highlight a couple of the other communities. I think that was probably one of the most regular comments that we heard from the neighbors when discussing it with them is just, how close we're sitting to the neighborhood. Has it been done like this before? And just kind of what does that buffer look like? So we did want to illustrate a few other projects we've done here recently that have the adjoining neighborhood sitting by our residential communities. This one is actually just completed over in Shawnee. This one, the buildings are within about 180 feet of the property line, so it's actually just a little bit closer than what we have illustrated on ours. This next one is actually in Liberty, Missouri that we did. On the north side here, you can actually see our buildings are within 80 feet of that property line, so our buildings are sitting very close to the residential houses on this particular site. And then another one that recently just got completed in Belton, Missouri as well too. Again, a very similar type of tree buffer from the closest house to our building and that property line as well. So just wanted to illustrate a few projects done recently. We do feel like we are a good buffer between the residential and the more commercial retail space on the opposite side of the street. So, we do feel both from a appearance standpoint and a traffic standpoint, we're actually a good buffer between the two. And we do have, there were some traffic comments as well. We do have our traffic consultant here tonight too, if there's any questions, particularly on traffic, that we can help address on that as well. We looked at, just to touch on it, I know we did look at that as it currently resides zoning with a commercial to our residential multifamily use. The actual number of trips and car and traffic is actually down from what would be a commercial use. So I think it's actually a benefit to the community and to the road for residential versus commercial. But she can touch on that as well too if there's additional questions. Going back to the community and just kind of what we provide as far as what our finishes look like. So these are all Class A multifamily. It's stainless steel appliances. It's quartz countertops. It's LVT wood floors. We use energy efficient appliances in all of our communities. LED lighting. So it's all current finishes and Class A built and market rents on all of our apartments. We do tiled showers and baths as well. Some of the lifestyle amenities, as I know I heard in the staff report as well, people like the maintenance-free living. It's been more and more popular. So some of the different things that we provide, I mentioned our fitness centers. We have done golf simulators in our communities. We always have a heated saltwater pool in all of our communities. We've done outdoor bocce ball and foosball tables. We always have a community kitchen as well too for community events and gatherings. We always do a pet spa as well for all of our pet owners. So these are just some examples of communities that we've recently completed that are very applicable to what we plan on providing here as well. Just a couple of snippets from the 2022 housing study. It was noted that ultimately Independence has been behind in a lot of its peer cities as far as new development, housing options, and just general residential permits as well. So we do feel like there's a growing demand for Independence to add some residential of all shapes and sizes here. We also note in the next slide here where the amount of housing study recommended for Class A apartments and based on the rental rates of the units. I'll touch on this here a little bit. So ultimately it's saying that the existing demand is around 750 units. We have the Alton that's coming as well with 350 units. Ours would be 320 units. Ultimately, we're still showing a net remaining demand of about 80 units. So it is not something that we feel is overdone in this community. We do feel like there is a need for this type of living. We've seen a ton of success with our product, with a number of young professionals, especially helping to retain some of those young professionals in communities that don't have as much new housing product that's maintenance free. We also see a huge demand, as I'll touch on in a later slide, with, and we've spoken with a few of the medical industry and medical hospitals needing housing for their traveling nurses as well as just their staff. Why this location? We've been looking for an opportunity to introduce ourselves to Independence. This one was brought to us. We did feel like it checked a lot of boxes for us. One of those things, as I mentioned, that we really look at is where is our employment centers that a lot of our residents come from. We have a large portion of residents, if you look at all of our communities that we own right now, as far as are in the medical field. So we do look at several of these hospitals as being a great source for future residents for us. And we fit very nicely in between a number of these different hospitals and medical centers and feel like the access from the highway and location is a prime location for us. Just to kind of recap a few things. So, why the zoning change? This ground is set here for 42 years, being zoned the way it is. We don't feel like it's the highest and best use for the property. It does have a lot of challenges with it, with the grading, something that large parking lots or large buildings aren't good for. That's why we do feel like our communities, the way they're broken up with the individual buildings and the way we can grade out the site, we do utilize the site in the best manner. We do feel like having this ground developed and the activity that we're going to bring is going to help with all the surrounding area as well. you know, when we moved into our office that we're in off of North Oak Traffic Way, it sat vacant for a number of years, and there was a lot of issue with people dumping trash and just activity that you didn't want collecting around the site. And what we've seen since we've moved in is activity breeds a sense of security and safety, and also just investment. We are big believers in investment spurs new to investment. And investment goes where investment's wanted, and we feel like investing in this community and in this location is only going to help rise the surrounding areas. And that is it. We'll open it up for questions and comments, and like I said, there's a few others here. If you have any questions, we do have our traffic consultant here as well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, on the traffic study, so the fire place is not a road, it's not an exit, it's strictly probably grass, what I'm thinking, where a truck can drive through, correct?
That is correct. We
Okay.
plan on it being a gated
Okay.
section of road.
So, do you guys know, is that Blue Springs, have you talked to them on the road and on the lights, or is it strictly Independence?
I believe we have, I don't know if
Does anybody
No,
talk to
there's-
Blue Springs about this?
I think there is some question on the light itself.
There is questions on the light itself, okay, yes. Brian, do you have any answer or anything?
I'm looking at the Jackson County parcel map, and then it indicates the entire right-of-way as being
Independence?
in Independence for
Okay.
Artie Mize and
Artie
Woods
Mize.
Chapel.
But we don't maintain the road, Blue Springs does. Okay, that's really good. Thanks, Blue Springs. Next question is, we're going to add children, correct, probably, to this project, or kids? So you're saying multifamily, is that correct?
That is correct.
Have we talked to the school board out there to see if it can handle more influx of kids in that area for the elementary and on up?
Yeah, we have talked to the school district as well. I will say, compared to a lot of other uses, including single-family, our product that we know, that we have seen, we actually have done counts of our school-age kids in our communities. Here, we have 2 properties in Lee Summit that I think are great examples of what we expect this community to be based on demographics and just unit sizes. We do cater more to smaller units, so we don't have as much families. So of the 638 units we have in Lee Summit, we have, I believe it's 16 school-age kids. So
Okay.
the impact to the schools, we believe, is going to be extremely small.
Okay, that answers a big question for me. I mean, because I'm
And
curious.
of those 16 school-age kids, I think over half of those were already in the school district. So they were more parents, maybe families going through transitions where one parent has stayed close by, and so they share custody of a kid that's already in the school district.
Okay. One thing I want to ask about parking, I like what you guys are doing, the 1.65. Everybody's going to electric. Are you guys planning on putting electric for all these spots, or what's the deal?
Probably not all the spots, but we have been doing EV chargers on all of our communities. We will plan to do some here, both external to the buildings, as well as some of the attached garages that we would provide EV chargers in as well.
Yeah, because
Right, that's cool.
nobody's ever commented about that, and since that's a trend going that way, I see in the next 10 years,
Yeah,
more
and we're
EVs.
actually looking at doing some conduit routing and just thinking in advance of how we would do even more EV chargers in the future on all of our projects.
Okay, you've been talking to the city about this infrastructure. Are we good with you guys on the water, the sewer, and electricity? Have we got this all mapped out? You guys paying for, taxpayers paying for, do we know?
Yeah, I believe we have had conversations on that. We can confirm that the infrastructure has the capacity to add this project to it. Any of the extensions would be on us to do as part of the development.
Okay. One other touchy question I'm gonna ask about that I've heard through the grapevine is that you're gonna ask for tax to help pay for it, some kind of taxing, deferment or something like that. Is that something that's gonna happen?
We have had some conversations about that, so nothing's been finalized at this stage, but we have had conversations about maybe doing some sort of kind of a fixed payment for taxes.
So, I mean, because I love the project, I love it, but I don't think the people should have to pay for it. That's where I'm at. Because I mean, if we're going to dig into people's pockets, tax money, I like the project. It's a whole lot better than the last project that got brought up to this, and I mean, a whole lot better. But I just don't want to see the tax people have to pay to have this project done. I mean, if you guys are going to invest, let's invest you guys' money or wherever you guys get the money from. Let's do it that way. So just don't ask the taxpayers to pay for it. That's my biggest thing right there.
Mr. Benjamin, I make no secret about you are Mr. Benjamin.
I'm Brad Heyman, but we do have a Mr. Benjamin
Well,
here.
I'm going to, what's your name again?
Brad Heyman?
Heeman?
Yes,
Okay. Suffer me to call you Brad.
that's fine.
I make no bones about my profound respect for North Point. You guys have been phenomenal in this area. Not since a long time has there been such a buzz about what you do, and you do it well. So you can imagine my disappointment when you drop the ball. And you say, Bill, how did I drop the ball? Right?
I do.
These people in this room are not here to celebrate the Chiefs' loss. They're here because they're not happy. Nor am I happy. To the best of myself, there's only been one meeting where the residents within your area of construction proposed construction, because right now I'm not in support of it. Let me just be candid. And the reason I'm not in support of it is there's a fundamental tenet before this planning commission. Madam Chair made a statement years back that people are entitled to the quiet enjoyment of their property. And it is the role of this planning commission to ensure that. These people are not happy because they are not informed. Now, I know North Point does a good job. I could not believe when I heard there's been one meeting to inform these people and to take information back from them and incorporate it into your plan. So let me tell you, either you're going to ask for rescheduling, or I am going to do everything in my power to ensure this plan never comes to fruition. Why? You have failed to communicate. And you are as articulate and brilliant as anybody I have ever seen. You use such an appropriate site plan per area, highest and best use. You have the personality of an economist, not an accountant. So how in the world did you drop the ball? Tell me. Why was there only one meeting to inform these people so this room would not be filled? Or if it were filled, it would be filled with people applauding this project, not opposed to it. Why did you drop the ball and fail to communicate?
I am sorry you have those feelings on
No, I don't have those feelings. These people have those feelings. So tell me, why did you drop the ball?
We had a very good and lengthy meeting that day. I think.
How many meetings did you have? 2? Did you ensure that you had a good sampling of people? Because I know North Point. You guys are good.
It was a well-attended meeting. I recognize a number of faces here tonight.
We're going to hear from those people shortly. And I'm telling you, my suspicion is that they're not here to applaud. That's my suspicion. And I know you guys are good. because I respect you tremendously. So why did you drop the ball?
We can let them talk as well and give their reasons on why they're here tonight.
I think that would be a very good idea before we jump the gun and decide.
No, I'm not
how
jumping
many
in the gun.
people are on each
I'm not
ride
jumping in the
groom
gun,
side.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
It is my role and responsibility to act on behalf of the citizens in this area. And I'm concerned. But I'm really concerned because I like North Point. I really do. But I'm not happy.
I still think we should hear the people before we
Well,
begin to make a judgment.
I'm asking him a question. And I'm entitled to do that, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Why did you drop the ball, sir?
As Brian mentioned, we had 2 meetings. As I mentioned too, we had a really good discussion. It was one meeting that I was at, in addition to the meeting Brian was at. It lasted, I would say, 2 hours, an hour and a half to 2 hours. It was a good lengthy discussion. We personally talked to a number of residents here. I don't know that we're able to agree on everything with the neighbors. I think that they do have some comments and concerns that they'll probably express today. We do believe that what we put forward as our plan was a well-thought-through plan. We moved those buildings initially from being closer to the neighborhood to further away from the neighborhood to be further buffered. We tried to do extra trees. We also tried, as I mentioned in the presentation, to our landscape plan is going to include adding more evergreens there to add more buffer during the winter time when trees do lose their leaves. So to say it was not well thought through or that we didn't hear their concerns, I disagree with. I do think that we heard their concerns. Again, I don't know that we're going to be able to agree with, both sides don't always have the same viewpoint, but I do believe that our plan is well thought through, and I do think that it was worthy of consideration.
I know your plan was well thought through. It's just that there appears to be a failure to communicate.
So let's wait and have judgment after we've heard both sides, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
You're going to wear me out. I need more coffee. Okay. Commissioners, would you like to bring traffic up or?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, you're good on the traffic? Yep. Good. Okay. May I begin?
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
I submit to you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who would like to speak for this case? Please state your name and your address.
Thank you. Steve Maurer, 1100 Main Street, Suite 2100, Kansas City, Missouri. Is that better?
Yes.
I'll just step back a bit. Thank you for taking time to see me. I have appeared before you before. The last time I was here when North Point was seeking to rezone and begin its development in the valley. And you all heard many neighbors complaining about the change, and you heard many things about, well, what about the environment? What about my scenery? What about my trees in my backyard? And what that is bringing to Independence is a $1 billion investment and 5,000 new jobs. And you all saw that this is the future of Independence. And you saw that, yes, we need to approve that change to the comprehensive plan and rezoning. That was a very good decision and one supported by the city council. Now, when I was here before you, I told you this was just the beginning. More changes, more development would be coming. This is one of those changes. 5,000 new jobs are coming to Independence. We want to have those people have a place to live here in Independence. We want those people who are going to fill those new jobs to become residents of Independence. Right now, according to the city's own housing study, we do not have the housing stock that we need so that these people can live in Independence. In fact, our residents are going the other way. Young professionals, young people moving out from their parents' home do not have the available rental housing stock that they can move into. We need high-quality multifamily to fill the void that we have here in Independence. When you all voted to allow North Point to come in, you knew that change was coming, and we knew that change would be necessary. Then now is not the time to stop that momentum. We want to have more development in the valley. We want more amenities. I've heard many times, we need a grocery store in the valley. You're not going to get those things without people. You have to have the people that are living near those amenities to make those things happen. This is a very high quality developer. The pictures that you saw in Liberty, in Belton, in Shawnee, in Lee Summit, those are impeccable developments. You don't hear complaints about those developments. You won't hear anything from any of those cities saying, boy, I sure wish we wouldn't have let North Point come to our town. That does not happen with this developer. We are blessed to have a company that's already putting $1 billion into our community, wanting to put $68 million more in our community. The comprehensive plan that you have calls for this to be a business park. That comprehensive plan was there when we annexed the property in 1975. In 75, I was in middle school, and this property sat the same way as it is today. In 1980, it was zoned commercial as it is today. It is still zoned commercial, and nothing has happened. Since my graduation in high school, nothing has happened on this property. When everything else develops around a property and you have that one piece, that parcel that doesn't develop, then you know something's wrong. And what's wrong is this property will never develop as commercial. It is 15 plus acres that cannot be developed into a commercial pad site. When you saw the pictures, you saw the giant hole right in the middle. That's going to be a pond. Well, it's going to be a pond because it is a giant ravine, and you cannot fill that to level it to make it commercial. There is no spot on this site that you could build the big industrial commercial building, business park that this is zoned for. The zoning that we have is not correct for this property, and the comprehensive plan is not what we want. We don't want a business park up there on I-70. We want it in the valley. We fought for decades to finally get that development to move off of I-70 and up the valley, up the Little Loop Parkway. We've spent billions to get the business development park up there, not down on I-70. What we have here is a golden opportunity to develop a parcel that's never been developed. It's vacant ground, has always been vacant ground, and
Sir,
it needs to be, yes.
the question is, now, this commission knows you,
Yes, sir.
knows, help me out, Brad.
Yes.
We know the quality of the product that you deliver. So my simple question is, why didn't you take the time and articulate the beautiful work that you deliver to the people that are your neighbors? Now, that's the question. Look, there is no debate about the housing shortage. We're not debating that. We're not debating the absence of development on this project, a property parcel for the last 50,000 years. That's not the debate here. The only real question is, why didn't you take the time to bring your neighbors along and have them understand the good work that you do? That's the question. So tell me, why did you drop the ball?
Okay. I can answer that.
Yes,
All right,
answer
you ready?
that question.
Okay, here
Don't
you go.
articulate to me
All right, hang
all
on.
of the stuff that everybody in this room knows already. Tell me why you dropped the ball.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
We did not drop the ball. Let me be very clear why I'm here, all right? I am here, as I was before, because at the time that North Point started, I was the chairman of the Independence Economic Development Council. I am not paid by North Point. I don't represent North Point. I'm not affiliated with North Point. I am only here for independence. And the Independence Economic Development Council worked on this parcel and this housing problem for 3 years. We identified this parcel. We spoke to Blue Springs. I have sat in the offices of Kurt Sampson and Dr. Charlie Belt talking about this parcel. I have met with the owners of the golf course.
Sir, stay with me. Stay with me. I know you did good work. Look, the people you're talking about are friends of mine, okay? We understand that. The question is, why didn't you take the time to explain the good works that you do to your neighbors? That's the simple question. Don't tell me about what I know already. Tell me, why didn't you take the time to educate these people so they would be in here applauding this rather than in opposition to it? I know the good works that you do. Why did you drop the ball?
Commissioner Preston, I'm doing my best to answer your question.
No, you keep giving me history. Tell me, why didn't you take the time to explain to these people in here
Okay,
the good
Commissioner,
works that you do?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to remind all of us, our only decision on this is a zoning.
That's it. But these people have a right to input.
Okay, well, let's let them talk, okay?
Then,
Let's just
if
let them,
he yields,
let's get.
I will yield.
Oh, God, okay.
Madam Chairman, if you'd like me to further illustrate and expand upon all the things we did to try and make this known, I'm happy to do that. I'm not sure it's going to satisfy Commissioner Preston, so unless there's questions,
Sir,
I guess I can
I'm
sit down.
easy. I really am easy.
Madam Chair, can I ask one question of him?
Yes.
You're on the Economic Committee, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
So are we looking at Denton tax incentives for these people or not?
I have no idea how they're ultimately going to do it. I would envision that there may be some component of some sort of tax structure, but I do not believe that TIF, SID, NID, any of those things, I do not believe any of those things are being discussed, nor do I think they'd fit, because there's already a TIF that extends over the golf course. All of these folks' homes, they're already in tax abated property. They're already getting tax abatement for the development of the golf course and their home sites. And so I don't think that there would be the ability to put another TIF or a SID or a NID on top of this area that's already there.
Okay, because I remember when I asked this question when Northport came down to the valley, there wasn't going to be, and then all of a sudden now there was. So that's why, that's the only thing that bothers me is that I love the investment, I love what's happening, I just don't want the taxpayers to have to pay for it.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless there's any other questions. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak for this case? Is there anyone here who would like to speak against this case? Come on up and state your name and address, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is this the person who's going to give the report
Yes,
on this? Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
My name is Tim Caton. I live at 4225 South White Sands Court in Blue Springs, Missouri, and I'm in opposition to the project. If it would please the commission, I would like to recognize the homeowners from Stone Canyon. I'm the president for the Stone Canyon Homeowners Association that are in opposition to this. Would it be okay for them to stand up at this point or to acknowledge that they're sharing the same opinions? Okay.
Sorry. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I've given you guys the copy of the presentation, and I'll try to give you the when to turn the page so you kind of know how to follow along with this. But to Chairwoman McLean and the entire Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I understand you all have a tough decision to make about the future of our city. Today I want to talk about the long-term ramifications of the project and the impacts it will have on our community. As a bit of background, the Stone Canyon neighborhood includes 114 homes with an average market value of $538,000. Oh, sorry. Is that better? Okay. Can you hear it there? Okay. Many of my neighbors would agree that Stone Canyon is equally associated with the city of Blue Springs as Independence. That's why you're hearing so many of these conversations and discussions. We pay into the city of Independence tax base for public services. We utilize the city's utilities. However, with RD Mize being the only separator, we, like our neighbors in Hidden Point and Sunny Point, send our kids to the Blue Springs School District. And much of our shopping, dining, and sales tax payments are directed towards closer businesses in Blue Springs. Even our U.S. postage mailing addresses show Blue Springs. With the golf course separating our community from other parts of Independence, we are truly on a small island when you look at other property developments in Independence. The Stone Canyon community includes 6 homes with property boundaries directly connected to the proposed North Point development, and I own one of those properties. Turn to the next page. Should be on the one that has the article amendments and termination information. So with a homeowners association like within Stone Canyon comes covenants and maintenance improvements, for improvements on the homes. And to ensure that those standards aren't easily changed, our bylaws require an amendment extremely high at 60% of the homes in support. The process of changing our covenants typically takes over a year to make that happen. The will of our community must be ensured when making these changes. To illustrate the opposition for this project, I will provide you guys all with a petition and signatures that represents 75% of our homeowners. This is much higher than the threshold we would impose on our own community in making decisions regarding our own investments. We found out about this, the next page. We found out about this development proposal just 3 months ago. After North Point's first meeting with homeowners who have property directly adjacent to the development, and I should mention, in reference to the point of having 2 meetings, the first meeting we were only instructed to have the homeowners that were adjacent to the property attend it. The second meeting, we were invited to have the entire Stone Canyon subdivision attend. At that first meeting, after that first meeting, we held our own community meeting on June 21st to discuss the project and to identify potential concerns. The meeting was attended by both Stone Canyon homeowners and those from Hidden Point, located across the R.D. Mize in Blue Springs. And I'd like to recognize that the president of the Hidden Point subdivision is also here with us tonight. The response from this meeting was unanimously in opposition to this project. Following the meeting, we began mobilizing our efforts with those that couldn't attend physical meetings and to provide detail on the project. I'm providing in that packet the details on the communication I sent to ensure that the details provided to homeowners were fair in portraying the project just as it was presented by North Point. I made it very clear in our discussions with homeowners that there are potential negative outcomes from opposing the project. The first being that if the project is approved, we are starting a relationship off with a potential future neighbor in a negative manner. The second being that the type of alternative development for the property is unknown. The project being presented now may be better than what could come in the future. However, the community found that there would be more to gain from opposing, and that there's a very strong case for why this project should not be pursued, as I will discuss in this presentation. I would also be remiss if I didn't point out the timing of North Point's proposal. Presenting the project in the middle of summer with an initial planning commission meeting at the beginning of the school year makes it difficult to mobilize support, despite our ability to provide 75% of the homeowners' signatures in opposition. Tonight, as an example, is the curriculum night at Sunny Point Elementary School, which makes it difficult to fill the room despite the number of people we have tonight. But we made a great presence in our opposition. The notification of the first North Point meeting was received just 7 days before our June 19th meeting. The second was 7 days before the August 7th meeting. The date of this initial planning commission meeting was changed because North Point claims that they want to, quote, continue to work to determine what more could be done to respond to the HOA's concerns. This was done without any additional notification being mailed, and even the sign on R.D. Mize Road that shows the date of this meeting today says the previous meeting date. It hasn't been changed. It feels as if this is an attempt to push the proposal through at a time when they feel that they will have minimal pushback. And I would be extremely disappointed in this commission if such a decision was made without thorough consideration of the property, the homeowners surrounding the property that would be affected by it. So you can turn to the next page now. In my communication with homeowners in Stone Canyon, there was only one homeowner that attended the initial meeting with North Point that showed support for the project. The homeowner has submitted a letter of approval for North Point, along with the packet that you guys received. The homeowner's position is a realized concern for our community as well. He stated that he supports the project, quote, especially when I consider what other alternatives might be. In a separate email correspondence I had with the homeowner, he elaborated on what those alternatives might be. In his assertion, leaving the property zoned as commercial would mean a company like Walmart or Price Chopper developing the land. The risk has been carefully communicated to homeowners in Stone Canyon as we've discussed opposition to the project. However, with the desirability, which they've already covered, of other already developed commercial properties in the surrounding area and the declining market for retail, it seems unlikely that a big box retailer would be the likely tenant. A better suitor for this property would be a commercial office complex or medical plaza. We built our our home 8 years ago with the understanding that the adjacent property was zoned commercial and that an office complex would be the best suitor for the land when that time came. The Planning Commission owes it to the homeowners to leave the property zoned as it was when the neighbors made those investments. You can turn to the next page. Instead of chasing whatever permits are laid before them, the Planning Commission should thoughtfully consider what the land could better be used for. And of course, that answer is in the Imagine Independence 2040 Comprehensive Plan. I want to thank the council, the mayor, and the Planning Commission for the work they did in completing this. In reviewing this plan, I see opportunities that will make this a desirable community well into the future. This not only helps support the investments we've made in our properties, but it ensures that the tax base in Independence will continue to grow in supporting the city's infrastructure. I've spent a lot of time poring over this plan to understand the guiding principles the city has for the housing options. I, along with my neighbors, agree that it is important to provide a diversity in housing options. I respect the Commission's work to preserve the integrity of existing home neighborhoods like Stone Canyon. I appreciate the designation of the words, quote, where appropriate, when considering development of mixed-use neighborhoods. And I appreciate that the focus should be placed on the quality of neighborhoods rather than the permitting activity as the sole measure of success. In my presentation, I will share examples of how this project would not provide diversity in housing. It will not preserve our neighborhood. It is not an appropriate development for mixed-use neighborhoods, and it does not turn the focus away from permitting activities rather than the quality of the neighborhood. Turn the page. In reviewing the future land use for this property, I believe the City of Independence had it right with the Imagine Independence 2040 Comprehensive Plan. The designation of a business park in the future, land's use, is the opinion of homeowners to be the best type of property for this development for this property. The easy highway access would make the property attractive for commuters. The increased employment opportunities for non-retail and non-blue-collar industrial jobs aligns with the demographics of the surrounding neighborhoods, which makes our properties more attractive. This will bring continued growth in property values. The businesses located in these establishments will also benefit the city through sales tax revenue. Today, homeowners in Stone Canyon push much of their sales tax spending into Blue Springs. This opportunity to establish businesses into Blue Springs in this development allows that sales tax revenue to be redirected back to the City of Independence. The types of businesses in the comprehensive plan align with the interests of Stone Canyon homeowners in the development of this property. We can turn the page now. The comprehensive plan also identifies the need to, quote, foster density in developments closer to centers and neighborhood commercial activity. The focus on these types of developments are to attract residents in a manner that will increase economic activity with surrounding businesses. We believe that the City Planning Commission has held true to this principle on their most recent large apartment complex approvals. All other similar apartment complexes have been close to commercial developments. Only one of them was approved adjacent to single-family homes, and that was the Adirondack next to the Bass Pro Shops. However, homes in that development had already felt the negative impacts of such a development when the Bass Pro Shop development was built. And since that improvement, those homes have also benefited from a new park, walking trails, and a scenic lake, in addition to better connecting roads to their neighborhoods. Zoning and long-term planning is critical to the success of whatever is developed on this property. Chairman McLean expressed this exact interest in the June 27th Planning Commission meeting relative to the Alton Apartments. Her public comments were that these types of developments in Kansas have offered opportunity for surrounding areas to be more fully developed. The concern with this project is there are no more surrounding areas to be developed in this portion of Independence. Any economic growth from businesses in this area will be felt by Blue Springs, not Independence. The city is giving thoughtful consideration to other projects in their proximity to economic centers. The North Point proposal does not meet the same standards previously considered. You can flip the page now. The city of Lee Summit has benefited from thoughtful planning. In the construction of the Donovan Apartments by North Point developers, surrounding commercially zoned lands have since been developed to include retail shopping. This creates a much better balance between increased residential population and economic growth through sales tax revenue. This is the model for zoning that the City of Independence should be focused on, the same model that was articulated in the Imagine Independence 2040 Comprehensive Plan. We can turn the page now. Outside of the concern of thoughtful zoning consideration, the homeowners in Stone Canyon have significant concerns about the oversaturation of apartment homes in the area and the impacts that they will have on the ability for developments to uphold rental rates they are targeting. The City of Independence has shared these same concerns in the review of the January 2022 citywide housing study when it was commissioned. The study was in response to 3 requests for projects totaling 900 units that were underway after a period of stagnation in construction. The Planning Commission can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, those projects that were underway with those 900 apartments were the Azure apartment, luxury apartments south of Center Point, Trinity Wood apartments west of Hidden Valley Park, and the Adirondack apartments to the west of Bass Pro Shop. Is that correct? Okay. 2 of them completed after the study's findings were presented, and the other is still under construction. All these projects are within 5 miles of the proposed development by North Point. Next page. The study further illustrates the concern Stone Canyon homeowners have for oversaturation. The analysis was determined that the total demand for apartment homes over the next 20 years, would be a total of 750 units in rental rates that this development is targeting. The projects that are in motion at the time, either just finished or still under construction, already serve to meet 900 of those 750 unit demands, causing a surplus of 20%. Go to the next page. In addition to this oversaturation in Independence, the City Council just narrowly approved another apartment complex for the Boulder Square property on 39th Street. This property will include another 358 homes and is also within a 5-mile drive of the proposed North Point project. Competitively, this project is similar in square footage and rental rate to the other recent projects. Turn the page. Another concern is the level of diversity and supply and price points and the options being provided. This was an objective for the expansion of housing options plans in that study. Yet the results of recently approved projects in Independence are not living up to this consideration. Within 5 miles of this property, Independence offers 6 other complexes with similar square footage and rental rates. The ability for all these apartment homes to achieve their targeted rental rates is dependent on maintaining a balance between supply and demand. And the approval of additional apartments in the area will eventually push these rates downwards. The impact of lowered rental rates will be translated to surrounding property values and commercial desirability. It is the responsibility of this commission to keep this balance right and to ensure that Independence can continue to grow without pockets of blight. When price is lowered, it creates additional challenges for these developers with these properties. To fill vacancies, they have choices to make. They can pursue government subsidies that attract a lower quality renter, or they can lower the maintenance standards to achieve the revenue targets. Either of these situations has negative consequences to Stone Canyon in lowering property values. The City of Independence needs to manage the supply of demand carefully to ensure that all properties can continue to grow in value. In the June 27th meeting of the Planning Commission, there was a representative from the Alton that spoke at that meeting, and he talked about the importance of the 5,000 jobs that would be coming to Independence and the need to have more luxury apartments. Mr. Nesbitt, you expressed the concern that Independence needs higher-end people through higher-end rental rates at that meeting. Mr. Homburg's response was that as more properties come to Independence, there will be more growth in rental rates and they will attract higher rates. His assertion was that all ships will rise with the tide. But then, immediately after he spoke, Mrs. Yates took to the podium in support of the development. She said that the Azure apartments have already gone through ownership change in their first 2 years of operation. A rental rate increase was attempted by them, and in turn, occupancy dropped. She also went on to say, quote, "We're not interested in having these buildings set empty, and we will adjust rental rates to reflect filling them. There is simply no economical science that would prove increasing supply without increasing demand at a higher rate would drive price higher. The actual result will be declining rates and declining property values." And turn the page. Now, North Point will argue that property values will continue to grow in places where they build apartment complexes adjacent to homes, and property values have continued to grow since they were built. When asked how they measure that growth, they referred us to property tax assessments. This is a subject that has been in the news lately, and everybody has experienced those unrealistic assessments. But let's humor them on this price increase. According to the property tax records, the homes that back directly up to the Chadwick and Shawnee, Kansas, grew at a value of 12% in 2023. Conversely, the property values in Stone Canyon grew at 37%. Is the City of Independence really prepared to limit the growth in property values that the TIF financing sought to develop over a project that doesn't meet the values of the community? And it's too early to tell whether the assumptions for growth is actually accurate, because with both the Chadwick and Shawnee, Kansas, and Encore in Belton, Missouri, the properties are so new that the Google Maps don't even have the updated images yet. There's also another big example or difference in Stone Canyon. According to Zillow, the median price of the 22 homes that back up to the Chadwick is $317,000. The three closest homes to the Encore is $311,000. For reference, the median value of the 6 properties in Stone Canyon that are adjacent to this proposed property is $571,000. The prospective buyer for a $571,000 home is much different than the buyer for a $315,000 home. We can go to the next page. To better understand these concerns, we've worked with Al Lazzini from RE/MAX Realty to create a trade area analysis report. This was done for both Stone Canyon and a census tract in Blue Springs, in which another apartment complex was recently constructed. The analysis identifies prospective buyers in each community using a host of data, including education level, employment sectors, and household income. In comparison, the household income in Stone Canyon is 49% higher than the census tract. The median home value is 55% higher, and the net worth of homeowners is 187% higher than the census tract. This demonstrated that the typical buyer for a home in Stone Canyon would fall into what RE/MAX would refer to as the customer profile as a savvy suburbanite. With a market understanding of what these types of shoppers prefer, Al has reported that there are significant concerns for the property owners in Stone Canyon if this apartment complex should be adjacently constructed. The first concern is that the perception of buyers would change from Stone Canyon being a premium community. These types of buyers are looking for properties with larger lots, quiet cul-de-sac streets. They prefer to have shopping amenities within a couple of miles, not within walking distance. They like homes that sit back, where they can sit back on their deck and not see their neighbors. The second concern expressed by Al is that a change in community character when it comes to architectural style. Most of the homes in Stone Canyon are walkout ranches with a few 2-story homes. To have these properties in such proximity to a 4 or 5-story apartment building will change the charm and exclusivity that this neighborhood has to offer. Al expressed concern that the increased traffic congestion will have impacts on buyers as they view the wear and tear on the roads and the infrastructure as a deterring factor for living in our neighborhood. Al outlined that the addition of new homes can have an impact on infrastructure resources, and I'll talk more about that relative to the water concerns. This is a significant concern. And finally, Al expressed concerns over the amenities that might be offered in the apartment complex and how they would undercut the investments made in Stone Canyon. As an example, homes that have invested in private swimming pools will not be valued as high when apartments with public swimming pools are placed in close proximity. Stone Canyon, along with the Saddle Ridge subdivision, are the 2 highest property value communities in the city of Independence. I must ask, would the Planning Commission allow such a development to be constructed directly adjacent to Saddle Ridge? Next page. I also note that in the public comments for the June 27th meeting, Commissioner H. Wiley stated that millennials are renting and not buying houses, and this kind of supports the information that we were given by North Point. This was a reason for supporting yet another apartment complex in Independence. This is certainly a perception based on the increasing home prices and the interest rates. But these are short-term problems that the market will correct with time. And there are reports that show that this has already started to happen. According to an Axios article entitled "Millennial Homeowners Outnumber Renters for the First Time," that while millennials are buying their first homes later than the average of past generations, quote, the number of millennial homeowners increased by 7.1 million between 2021 and 2022. That's a 64% increase. The commission should be careful about looking at other communities to achieve that same type of renter. According to the April 7th article in the USA Today, quote, many millennials faced a number of challenges that stalled homeownership, with the biggest being student loan debt. This debt is what caused many millennials to wait so long to purchase a home instead of renting. So why does this affect the city of Independence in a different way than other parts of Kansas City? Look at the community's demographic in the Imagine Independence comprehensive study. Only 18.1% of the community has an education above high school. You can compare that to Lee Summit, where 48.5% of population is college educated. The perception that there is a mass of millennials living in Independence, renting apartments because they're drowning in student loans and can't afford a starter home, doesn't match with the reality. And the statistics explain a lot about why other markets in the Kansas City area can achieve higher rental rates in properties that attract millennials to continue renting longer with enhancement amenities and community surroundings. There are a lot of renters, and the millennials may represent a large part of those as they wait to purchase their first home. But that trend is starting to move in the opposite direction, and an oversaturation of apartments and the lack of cost-effective single-family homes will leave independents facing a challenging market in the years to come. We can go to the next page. Outside of zoning and valuation considerations, the homeowners in Stone Canyon have significant concerns over the traffic impacts in the area. When this concern was raised with the North Point development, they expressed that they had completed a traffic survey in the area, and they cited that the, quote, work from home trend means that young professionals that they intend to attract will not be causing additional traffic during the peak hours. That statement is very telling as it shows a lack of foresight North Point has given to a presumed 30 to 40 year investment based on a 2 to 3 year trend. And this detail was shared the exact same week that the world's largest teleconferencing company, Zoom, had announced it was ending its work from home policy. The Planning Commission should also be very wary of any traffic study that uses the 11th edition of the Trip Generation Handbook, in which it articulates in the map data that it can be split by using census data that takes into calculation, quote, work from home. When reviewing the traffic study, there is an alarming concern. The traffic volumes that were studied were directly outside of the complex at the lighted intersection. They cited that in this area there were no crashes reported during the 3 years and no recommendations were made to alter the intersections based on that data. We can go to the next page. The concerns by Stone Canyon homeowners is not related to the traffic area located in blue on the map. It's relative to the area in red along R.D. Mize. When heading north on R.D. Mize, the road narrows to one lane. During peak hours, the traffic after the narrowing backs up significantly if a vehicle is making a left-hand turn into Stone Canyon. In the last 9 months, we've had 2 incidents of younger drivers speeding through that intersection into Stone Canyon only to have their cars crashed into our landscaping areas. Additionally, when heading south, the 2 lanes of traffic switched from one lane for a short distance before returning to 2 lanes at the light. And finally, directly to the north are the 2 schools that include a traffic speed zone. During the school release hours, the resource officers manage the traffic coming out of the schools. Traffic backs up onto R.D. Mize for parent pickup, and the slow and solid release of buses make it impossible to get out in front of traffic. When cars rush out of Stone Canyon, accidents happen. In fact, one accident happened last February when a car hit a school bus. The addition of traffic from 315 homes in such a tightly congested area is a real concern. We can go to the next page. Another area of pride for our community is the Blue Springs School District. We are fortunate to have a middle school and an elementary school within walking distance of our neighborhood. Sunny Point Elementary was recently awarded the Blue Ribbon status. We have many teachers and administrative staff that live in Stone Canyon, and we are so fortunate to have that great sense of community that the schools provide. However, the city of Blue Springs is experiencing growth on the north and south sides. To accommodate this growth, the school boundaries were recently adjusted to add 200 students to our middle school. This increase in student population has created challenges in traffic outside, but also inside. The students can't utilize the entire building when moving between classes because there simply aren't enough staff members to manage the number of students in that spread out area. The problem won't be alleviated for several years. It is the long-term plan to build a high school on the north side of town. However, that requires multiple bond cycles as they build infrastructure in terms of an elementary school, middle school, that will take time, probably 5 to 10 years before we see that. In this time, the additional student count from these apartments and the construction of new homes on R.D. Mize will continue to grow in population for these schools well past their intended use. For Independence value to grow, these schools must be allowed to manage their infrastructure properly. This requires strict adherence to the comprehensive plan that Blue Springs and Independence have established so that the school districts can identify plans where they have a need and they can plan accordingly. We can go to the next page. A case study for the impacts on traffic, school overcrowding, and rental rate saturation can be seen today in 3 properties located less than a mile away from the proposed development. The Autumn Place Apartments and the Lodge Apartment homes in Blue Springs were once built as luxury apartments. They feature a swimming pool, game room, fitness center, and covered parking. These are all amenities that in their time of construction define them as a Class A apartment home. Today, an oversaturation has occurred, and as new properties have been developed, the rental rates have declined along with the maintenance of the properties. The homes contribute to significant traffic along the residential street of Northwest Kings Ridge Drive, leading to the installation of a stoplight at the intersection of Northwest Woods Chapel Road. And for any developer that tells you that they are seeking to attract young professionals and seniors that aren't quite ready for senior living with their 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, just go watch the number of students that pour off the school buses each day at these bus stops, all living in the same size apartments. Another property case study is the Welcome Inn in Blue Springs. As rental rates erode, there becomes a need for an even lower bottom basement price for rental rates. The Welcome Inn was once a thriving hotel. Now those rooms are rented by the month. The impacts these renters all have on crime and the value of the surrounding neighborhoods. The oversaturation of the apartment complexes will lead to these same problems in Independence. We can go to the next page. The city should also be highly concerned over the impact of the large development will have on city utilities. With Stone Canyon and this development site being located so far away from a tower or a pumping station, our community is plagued with water pressure issues and calcium buildups. You can see the screenshots from our community Facebook page. The impact of an additional 315 apartment homes on the system will aggravate the issue. In the last year, we installed a water softener in our home to help address some of the issues around calcium buildup. The plumber found buildup in our pipes that was representative of a home that was built 100 years ago, not 8. The City of Independence had better be prepared to make significant investments in their system to meet these needs. We can go to the next page. In addition to the concerns relative to Stone Canyon, we also have concerns over the developer's presentation of leaving a natural barrier to separate light pollution in neighboring properties. What North Point has failed to share is that the minimum 75-foot area they have been touting is partially made up of surrounding properties. As an example, the barrier to the north is made up of trees that sit on the other side of the property. As those trees are thinned in future backyards for residential developments, there will be little coverage that protects the lights from shining into those homes. The proposed coverage between my personal property and the development is made up of just 2 trees that sit on my property. Those trees will not stop the headlights from the parking lot to be pointed directly at my backyard. And the properties to the west may benefit from the 75-foot natural coverage, but as an example, a single pin oak tree typically spans 60 feet. The concession North Point is offering to limit lights pointing at homeowners' windows is just a row of trees. I'd ask any of the planning commissioners if they would enjoy the same type of arrangement on their own personal property. We can go to the next page. Finally, I want to share a significant concern over the amount of apartment complexes being done in the Kansas City area by North Point in such a short period of time. According to their website, now I know that you guys had listed more on the presentation, but according to your website, there are only 6 properties in the Kansas City area, with the oldest one of them being just 5 years old. A real estate developer with this tenure has not had the opportunity to demonstrate the long-term success required to maintain properties and uphold value. The homeowners in Stone Canyon have made an investment of 30 years in building those homes. With this developer, it is difficult to tell whether the desired return on this property is and how long they will retain ownership. Future owners may not have the same interest in maintaining the property to the standards that have helped pass it through this planning commission. While homeowners in Stone Canyon purchased their homes with the protection of a homeowners association and covenants to ensure that future homeowners would maintain their properties to the same standards, there is no guarantee with this property that future homeowners would do the same. The Planning Commission's responsibility here is to allow investments made in Stone Canyon to grow into the future by ensuring that the zoning currently in place is maintained. Go to the next page. I'm urging the City of Independence Planning Commission to recognize these concerns. The original plan for development and maintaining a commercial zoning makes sense for Stone Canyon. A business park, as the plan identified, is the perfect fit for the community. And I would also add that if there is TIF financing should be used to attract the right developer to this property. It is the better for the Independence to be patient in its urban planning to ensure the long-term balance of housing needs, commercial economic growth, and the area employment. Making the decision to allow North Point to construct these apartments is contrary to these values and will not benefit the city long-term. A commercial business park will not have the same impacts on city utilities. The traffic will be metered throughout the day, and tenants will be committed through long-term leases that provide more value to the development company in maintaining these properties and growing revenue. The lights and noise associated with the business park ends after dark. There are no impacts on the school overcrowding in such a development. And such a development will add sales tax revenue to the city of Independence while making the overall desirability of the Stone Canyon neighborhood more attractive. Last page. And it's very quick and easy. For Stone Canyon, we're giving a huge thumbs down on the North Point Development Project. I want to thank the commission for allowing me the time to speak today, and hopefully I've brought up a lot of concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes.
I made no bones about my respect for North Point.
Uh-huh.
It remained unchanged.
Sure.
They do incredible work. There is a niche to be filled. I heard your presentation, and I listened carefully.
Mm-hmm.
How do we make this thing work? How do you discuss this and you come to a point of give and take, input, exchange, and we make this work? How do we do this?
Develop a commercial property as we all bought into our properties. I'm sorry, there's no acceptance on the part of Stone Canyon that a apartment complex is the right solution or the right answer in this situation.
Is it because
there are
stay
other-
with me for
Go
a
ahead.
moment. Stay with me for just a moment. Is it because it's 4 stories?
No.
Articulate for me.
No. It's the concern that over a long period of time, the transient type of renters that would be coming into these apartment complexes may not be the same quality renter that they're attracting today. We made an investment of 30 to 40 years in our home. The apartment renters are not that same type of person. And so what happens to that complex when those renters come in, and the upkeep and the maintenance that's associated with those rental rates is a concern to our property values. We know that if it's a commercial property, if it stays that way and a commercial property is developed, those are long-term leases that allow that property to be maintained long-term.
Thank you.
There's just really no acceptance on the part of the Stone Canyon subdivision in this, that we bought our homes, we made our investment, we knew that it was commercial when we made that investment. And I would say, in the case of Saddle Ridge, we wouldn't do the same thing. You know, there's plenty of land to be developed around there that we wouldn't put an apartment complex out there, I'm assuming.
Question for you here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you say you guys would support a 8-story commercial building there over a 4-story building?
Sure. I don't think it's going to be an 8-story building. I'll call your bluff on that.
Well,
but-
if you're going, no, you're saying at least 8 stories, I'm saying, because I'm gonna look like, I'm trying to think of the business, but out there by Bannister Mall, they put up, that's a commercial place, they put that up, and that's how big that is. Do you rather look at that, or you rather look at trees and shrubs?
I'd rather look at a commercial building.
Really? Okay, that's just a question there. I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Now-
In fact, I think one of my neighbors, we have talked about all the possible scenarios of things that could possibly go in there, and not one of them meets the threshold of these types of apartments.
Okay. Now, one thing I would like to mention also then is that you're looking at apartment buildings. Yes, I was down on the one that just came through because they're going to build it and they're going to sell it and don't know who's going to manage it. These people are here for the long run. They're North Point. They're here for the long run. They are not going to let it go down. I have seen several of the places like they have, other places that are like that. They're not going to let it go down because they want to rent it and they're going to keep it up there. I'm not going to say it can't happen, but the way I see it, it's out there that it's going to be something that's going to be nice. I don't say it's going to be bad. I think this is going to be nice for that area. I see.
Respectfully, I disagree that
I know you disagree.
the Azure apartments have already sold in the first couple of years of that development. So for them to come in here and tell you that they're making an investment in the community and to get that passed through the planning commission and then turn around to sell to a different development company.
That's
what's
the
to say
problem.
that
That's the
North
problem
Point-
we got with all these, that we know that they can sell. There's
Sure.
no, I mean, just like you guys, you could sell. I mean, you don't know what your neighbor's going to be a year from now.
Sure.
You don't know.
But we do have the protection of our HOA covenants to make sure that
I know you got that, but I can tell you right now, I got the same thing, and it doesn't happen. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't care how much you guys rant and rave, it's not going to happen. So I got the same thing in my neighborhood. So I'm just telling you, it's something you guys got to think about.
Sure.
Again, simple question.
Uh-huh.
Clearly, there's been a failure to communicate. And I'm heartbroken, I'll be honest with you, because I know these people at North Point and the quality they bring to the table. I cannot believe this is happening. And I can't support this project for the obvious reason. And I'm heartbroken. Brian, I'm disappointed. My simple question originally was, how did we drop the ball? Because this should happen. Somehow it should. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the applicant come back up and maybe? Oh, you're right, you're right. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak against?
Good evening. My name is Aaron Hobbin. I live at 4241 South Stone Canyon Drive, Blue Springs, Missouri, inside Stone Canyon. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm not going to go over everything Tim went over. I just wanted to bring up a couple of points of the questions I think were asked of North Point. One talking about at their Lease Summit developments that they only had 16 students. My understanding is that those developments are in a downtown residential, not residential, retail area where families typically aren't going to live. Okay. One of the Blue Springs, I think Tim kind of touched on it. One of the schools is at capacity right now. Blue Springs is also talking about developing just down Duncan, where the Casey store is, and the new storage units they're putting in, an apartment complex there as well. One of the questions that was asked at North Point on the traffic study, they did not consider Blue Springs when they did their traffic, when they did their studies. That's a big concern. We go down from the 4 lanes by I-70 in West Chapel down to 2 lanes, one each direction, and that is a major traffic concern, especially in the morning and afternoon with the schools. It is a nightmare right now as it sits. And people are going to say, oh, they'll just go I-70. A lot of people go down our demise, which turns into 39th Street, to get to the mall and all that stuff down there because they don't want to get on the interstate, especially during rush hour traffic. So people use that quite a bit. That, in my opinion, I think a lot of people agree, if anything, that whole stretch of road that goes down to, if we're having that apartment complex, we have another one from Blue Springs and everything else, that road needs to be widened. And I don't know if there's a room to do it or not, but that needs to be looked at because it is going to be a major traffic issue. Their study was at the intersection of Duncan and Woods Chapel there. It did not include down where we're at. Talked about the schools, talked about that. The subsidized housing, okay? You guys, we've seen it in Independence, Blue Springs, everywhere. After time, a lot of these apartment complexes sell, they get subsidized housing, all that kind of stuff. North Point, I'm going to admit, they built a beautiful product. It's a beautiful product, okay? The concern is all the stuff that he brought up, and they have a very short history of these apartments, okay? They've started building these things when the market is going up, okay? And they have not had to go through the market going down yet. What's going to happen at that point in time when we have an oversaturation? One of the real estate agents we talked to was saying that with the apartment areas right now, we're 17% saturated in the area as it is. Okay, that means we have vacancies sitting there right now. There is not the demand from what our commercial real estate person is showing. It's not the same what they're showing. Okay, so I just wanted to be cognizant of that. Make sure there's nothing else. Worst case, if you guys decide to go ahead and pass this, there has been a lack of communication to your question, to your comments, a big lack of communication. Technically, they only had to invite the 185 foot, technically. I would think a good neighbor would individually reach out. They said, we're gonna have this meeting, and I never got a notice from them, okay? I live down Stone Canyon Drive. If I wanted to be a good neighbor, I'd reach out to everybody beyond what I'm required to do and have those conversations. The Independence Economic Council should have reached out to the neighbors of Stone Canyon, Economic Development Council, and had those communications. It might be a different answer tonight if we had those questions answered. In worst case, if you guys decide, I hope you guys do not put your recommendation on this. If you do, I think it needs to be delayed or something like that to give opportunity before this goes to city council next month and everything else, to have some stipulations put in about subsidized housing. Now, somebody asked at one point, one meeting with them, and my understanding is they would not promise not to do subsidized housing. Okay? I have not seen that anywhere in.
Let me just explain something. Subsidized housing is a federal law, it's a state law, it's a county. I will not entertain any of that language. Don't do it.
What do you mean?
Okay? It's inappropriate.
I'm not trying to be offensive at
I
all.
know you're not trying to be offensive, but you're being inappropriate. Subsidized housing is the law of the land. That's, okay? Let's not go there. You've done a brilliant presentation. Don't screw it up.
I didn't mean to offend.
You're not offending me. We stay within boundaries.
Yeah, and maybe that's not the term I should be using. Maybe
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
I apologize for that.
To the commission, not me.
Okay, well, I apologize. I think that's all I had. I know we've been here a long while, but I would like you to consider everything that we've talked about as a neighborhood and everything else, because we are passionate about this. And last thing I was going to say, when he mentioned 75% of the neighborhood signed the petition, as of tonight, before we came up, we had 4 people that actually expressed opposition to it. Okay, the other members we either didn't get hold of because they were stuff at school activities, stuff like that. It wasn't like 25% said no. It was 75% that we got hold of the total houses that said yes to it. And there's been 4 that have said no from what we said. So for what that's worth, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak against this case? Okay, hearing no more, I think we should take like a 5-minute break.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
want to ask one question here.
Go ahead.
Brian, what's our sign date say? For the meeting? Was it today's date or was it a long time ago date?
You mean what it says on the sign?
Yes.
I remember going out 2 weeks ago and with a marker and fixing it. I had to cross through it, and I wrote above the dates. It probably got washed off.
This is, as of today, it says August 27th.
Should have used a permanent marker, Gordon.
Madam Chair, as of that showing right there, I would recommend that, well, I'm going to make a motion that we postpone this till we get the proper notification out to the individuals. Because, I mean, that is misleading if we do not have it properly noted.
No, I mean, if it's been continued, it doesn't have to be updated. That's just
It doesn't have to be updated?
that's a courtesy that we do to go out there and fix the sign, and I attempted to fix it.
Okay, well, okay, as long as you straighten me out on that, that's fine with me, but,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
a
just want to
good
make sure, since it's not, I want to make sure we have proper notification.
Commissioner, I was just going to note too, we did email the HOA to let them know of the continuance as well.
Okay, thank you. I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Would you still like to take a break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, so we'll be back at 8:40.
Could I?
geez. Who did this?
I know, Counselor.
Goodness gracious.
I know. Okay, let's have the applicant come back up and see if he can answer some of the concerns of the citizens. And then at some point, I'd like the person for the traffic to come up.
Maybe the traffic might be better first.
First? Okay,
Yeah, if there's some specific questions on the traffic or just how the traffic study was done.
okay. For me, I'd kind of like just a general come on up, an overview of the traffic study, how you did it, what you were concerned about. So if you'll state your name and address, please.
Amy McCurdy, Ford.
You can just put it down on the next level. Yeah, there you go.
Amy McCurdy, 420 West 123rd Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri, 64131.
Thank you.
Okay, did you want to, I'm so sorry. Do you want to start with specific questions, or just, would you like me to jump into kind of an overview of what I looked
Kind of
at?
do an overview, and then that might spur some of our questions. I did have one,
Okay.
but I wrote it down in cryptic, and I don't know exactly what I wrote. So
Well, feel free to interrupt.
I'm hoping it'll come to me.
And please, feel free to interrupt as I go, or give me the hurry up, because once I start talking
Okay.
traffic, we'll be here in another 2 hours.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first step in doing a traffic impact study is actually to get in touch with the city. Once the developer reaches out to me, my first step is to call the city, talk over any issues, and get direction from them, from you guys, on what you would like included in the traffic impact study. So the things we always generally include are crash reports, traffic volumes, and we're very specific on when we get those. They have to be a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on a typical day. So not the week of Labor Day, because people will be off work, people will be out of school. We generally don't count. We try not to count between in November and December, because our traffic patterns are fluctuating because of holiday shopping already and people taking trips. So we're very cautious about when we get our traffic counts. But, so after reaching out to the city, I get feedback on what intersections they would like included in the study. So that's coming, once again, from the city. Where do you think the biggest impact will have? What should we look at? Because we can count 15 different intersections, but once traffic starts to spread out, the information doesn't provide as much data. I can tell you that an intersection 1.5 miles away or 3/4 of a mile away has various problems, but it's not necessarily related to the impacts of the project. So after reaching out to the city and talking over what intersections to include in the report and what type of land uses to use, it wasn't as important in this because we knew what type of land use it would be, but in places where phase 1 will be offices and then phase 2 will be some sort of commercial, we kind of talk through what kind of commercial, what might that look like, so we get a really thorough idea of how traffic will generate in the future. So, get the okay from the city, get direction on what intersections to include in the study. Our traffic counts are done 7 to 9 a.m., 4 to 6 p.m. And that's again on that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of a typical week. And then within those 2 hours, we find the busiest hour. So we take that 2 hour, we find the busiest hour, and we make that the hour that we study for the AM peak. And then for the same for the PM peak between 4 and 6. So what that gives us is generally during our AM and PM peak, those will be if we can make the traffic work during those hours, that gives us an idea of what the rest of the day will look like. If we're doing like a school study, which is just specific for an area with a school, like if we were putting in a high school here instead, we would adjust the times because it would have times outside that peak hour. So it would not be it would be 7 to 9 in the morning, but then like a school would be 2 to 4 would be our PM peak that we would look at. And then likewise, sometimes with large commercial developments, if there isn't an AM peak, we'll look at a Saturday peak. So like if we were working on Speedway, where there's a huge Saturday crowd, we don't care what 7 a.m. on a Wednesday looks like. That's not
Question.
where our traffic is. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. What can you do to mitigate traffic when you are landlocked? You can't expand the street. You can't reduce the number of cars. What value do you bring to the table in making things better?
Me personally as a traffic
Yes.
engineer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it really depends on what type of intersection, because a lot of what we
Well,
look
we're
at with
talking
this-
about Duncan and Artie Mize.
Duncan and
specifically.
Artie Mize is a signalized intersection.
Mhm.
And I know you guys didn't have all of the stuff printed out in your report. Did you have my traffic impact study? So figures 7 and 8 show Duncan and Artie Mize as it is today. Signalized intersection with the signal timings as they are today. That's that 5 seconds of green, 8 seconds of, whatever, to give the timing so it actually is what is out there now. When we design traffic, we shoot for a level of service D. So that's based on the amount of time that you wait at an intersection. So if you look at page 12, level of service D means that for an intersection that's signalized, you're waiting less than 55 seconds to get through the signal. That means if you're number 12 in the queue or number 1 in the queue, you're waiting for less than 55 seconds. We can design for level of service A. Everything will be an overpass. Traffic will be the biggest line budget in anyone's budget ever. So, and it's not necessary. This is level of service D at the busiest time of the day. So during rush hour, you'll wait for less than 55 seconds, level of service D. That's what we shoot for. Some cities shoot for more. Overland Park, Kansas City, and they will happily accept a level of service E, as will MoDOT during rush hour in congested areas. Because they know that at 3 o'clock it's fine, for an hour, between 4 and 5 it's busy, but it'll clear out and it's not worth adding 3 extra lanes to save, commuters 6 seconds, and then we have to maintain all that extra pavement. So in this intersection, existing situation, our worst case is our left turn there, level of service D, and we have sufficient capacity for queuing.
Question?
Yes.
So how far down the road on Artie Mize did you guys go, or did you just stay at Duncan?
We did Artie Mize and Duncan, and we did Artie Mize and Jefferson.
Okay, so you only went those two. So in other words, we didn't go down to where the school is or anything down that far.
No, a lot of the traffic that's being drawn from a subdivision like this will generally come from the denser population areas, which at this point is basically I-70. People are going to I-70 for jobs. Absolutely some was taken up north, but, and a lot of this, like I said, the direction I get on where to include these.
That's where the city told you to go. That answered my question. So
Yes.
That's about all farther. I mean, she just did Duncan and Jefferson, so we can't go down to the school and see what happened there. Okay, thank you.
So to go back to level of service D, there would be no recommendations here. I don't know anyone that's a traffic engineer that would recommend anything with a level of service D and queuing. Do we want to make it shorter? No, not really. We certainly don't want to spend, hundreds of $1,000s to make it better than good. So the next step would be looking at, we take those existing traffic volumes during our peak hours and we add our trip generation to it. I'm not sure where the idea that we couldn't use ITE trip generation from number 11 came from, but that is the industry standard. That is what is recommended by all the way up from the Federal Highway Administration. It was implemented in September of 2021, but from data that had been gathered from before COVID. So the trips included in it were not affected necessarily by COVID. And if you look at the chip generation rates between the 10th manual and the 11th, there's no drastic changes across the board. So adding in the trips generated, so we have ITE provides 3 very, very thick books with trip generation tables and graphs and rates, and we pick the most common or the most appropriate land use. We generate it based on number of units for apartments, multifamily housing, and that gives us our trips. So we take our trips for our AM and PM, we add them on to our existing roadway network, and we see how everything operates. So adding the trips. Also, what I did here, if you look at it, I assumed that we would expand the signal and add it for the extra leg of the intersection, which, no, everyone would recommend that. That makes sense. So doing that, our trips actually do not cause a significant, what I would say from a professional standpoint is it does not cause a significant delay. We still are operating a level of service D. Once again, a better level of service than MoDOT, KCMO, Overland Park would be happy to accept. So we're doing good. This is a signal that is operating effectively. What it actually will operate a little bit better because right now it's operating as a T intersection. But when we add this next leg to the intersection, we'll be able to switch it out to flashing yellow, which gives us a better, a more efficient signal, so to speak. So the change that I made from the existing conditions to our existing plus site conditions for the RDMIs was to improve that operation with the signal by operating it with the flashing yellow. And once again, we're level of service D, we're good. That is what we shoot for. We're doing, no changes recommended other than improving, the operations through putting in that extra leg of the intersection. And then I always recommend, if we can, to improve the detection. Since this intersection was put in, we've made some really great strides in how we can detect cars and kind of program the signals to be a little more efficient. And I saw that there was a recommendation to connect it to the MoDOT signal down at the interstate, which will also improve traffic through the corridor and get them north and south more efficiently, especially during those peak hours. Because with these roads also, I'm sorry, I feel like I am on my soapbox here. You are probably not wanting a corridor study from me, but what we can do is we can take time from the side roads. If with RDMIs being such a major arterial through there, we can take some time from the side roads for the signal because they're level service C and D, so we can push them all to D and give RDMIs more time through the corridor to get people through there faster so there's less time actually spent waiting. So do you guys want me to continue on? Like I said, I am
persuaded that you can do this.
Keep going? Yes.
I'm just persuaded that you can.
You are good at your job. So how many trips in and out are you estimating?
Okay.
I have a lot of papers up here. I just want the short distance, the Cliff Notes.
So the Cliff Notes here, so we look at it 3 different ways. We look at the whole day, how many trips are we getting in and out, which with the type of land use this is, we do have more of an even distribution of trips. Not completely. We're not, 15 trips every hour. There's definitely peak periods, but as opposed to, like a traditional office building. People are not necessarily, swinging by at 9:30, 10:30. Everyone's generally there by 8. Everyone's generally kind of a rush hour between 4 and 5, 5 and 6 when they are leaving. So with this type of land use, we have a more even trip distribution. But overall, our trips for the day, I printed this off half size. We'll see if my eyes fail me here. So approximately about 2,150 overall trips for the day for 320 dwelling units for apartments, multifamily. And then about 100, we'll say, 120, 130 AM peak, and then 160 PM peak. And then what also goes into that is our trip distribution in and out. So,
ma'am.
oh, yes.
So you say there's 2,150 trips a day out of there?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the other things we looked at with this site was when we started comparing, okay, so that's how many trips for this type of site. What would we be looking at with like office building? Kind of, not a Cerner type office building, but an office building in that site. So it would be about the same overall for the day, but where our difference comes in is it would be about 200 more trips during the AM peak.
And you would say, like, if it was a medical facility, would that increase?
Yes, so
exponentially?
medical land use is actually, which is interesting, because medical land use also has a more even distribution. People are going to the doctor all day, people are going to the hospital all day, as opposed to those really strong AM and PM peaks. But, you might leave your multifamily unit, go to the store, run 4 or 5 other errands, and come back, and that's one trip for your unit, or a trip out, trip in for your unit. Whereas like a doctor's office, they have if it's my doctor's office, we have our one little room that I'm in. They got to get me in and out of there in about 15 minutes. So just that little 8x10 space that I'm in at the doctor's office, they have 4 or 5 people an hour in and out. So what I'm saying is office or medical has a pretty high land use. So what we looked at was kind of a standalone medical building, smaller than a general office building though, because they have kind of a bigger footprint. You don't want a super tall office building. And that's about 3,600 trips. So, not double what we're recommending, but closer to double than not. But also what's interesting is that's spread out over a day. And the reason we always really look at the AM and PM peaks is that's when the trips are on the roads too. So it's not just, the office building here generating trips, it's everyone else generating trips during the PM peak and their AM. So overall, a medical building would be about 200 trips more during the AM, and plus that, almost 400 trips more during the afternoon peak, the PM peak, the 4 to 6 time period. And I also ran the calculations with, if we looked at like a general office building with some pad sites, I assume kind of a fast food restaurant and a coffee shop, but more of a smaller coffee shop rather than more of a local one. So the numbers there would be, so as opposed to our 2,200 for multifamily, it would be more like, closer to 4,000. And then, AM and PM peak for those are much, much higher, of course, because, you have the very strong AM and PM peak with the office building, with a pad site, with a restaurant, or with a bank, something along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
Does
That helped.
Oh, okay,
me.
okay.
You actually, my question was kind of about the school. How far away is the school? How many blocks?
I don't know how many blocks I would measure it as. I want to say it's like.
From the school to what?
To
Our entrance, or the intersection would be where they turn into these apartments?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You're fading. Billy's fading. It's 5 blocks.
Madam Chair, I'm beginning to feel bad.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any, what would you like to address?
Thank you for staying with us this long. Obviously, you've got a lot of information tonight. Just to summarize, I think what she was saying too, the 2,000 trips are both out and in, so it's about 1,000. We have 2 communities where we actually tracked this earlier this week just to see what the trip generation is. We were running more like 300 to 400 instead of 1,000 in and out, so it was significantly less. I know it is still, we're still operating in somewhat of a post-COVID. I think we have close to 50% of our residents do work from home 2 to 3 days a week anymore. So it is a lot less traffic than a office, medical office, retail, any of those would be for the apartment site. So we heard a lot of comments from the neighbors tonight. I just want to address, Commissioner Preston, I heard you on the communication. We did reach out the first time to all the houses that abutted our property. The second time we met, we invited the whole HOA community out to meet with them. Obviously, you've heard tonight, there is a little bit of a difference of opinion on what the best use of this ground is, and that's ultimately up for you to take into consideration. We were thoughtful with our proposal. We do believe this is a good buffer from the commercial to the residential. It's better for traffic. We do believe it fits the community better than an 8-story office building does. And it has sat there for 42 years, zoned in this same zoning. We do ask you to consider that and value that. We will, in a handout to the neighbors, we would like to propose that we meet with them again one more time before City Council to see if there is any more coming together of the minds that we can do in collaboration with them. I know that they do have a strong viewpoint on a commercial property. That's just not something that we're presenting to you tonight. But maybe there is other considerations that we can do a better job at communicating with. I'd love to have, we were not able to get a copy of their presentation tonight, but if we got a copy, maybe we could help to address some of those concerns as well when we meet. I did want to mention too, we did reach out to the HOA before we asked for a continuance before last meeting to let them know, not to go last meeting, to come today. So we did feel like we have tried to do a good job with communication, although it can always be better. But
Thank you. I think
for your
that's a
time.
great idea.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sir,
Sir, don't run away. Brad, is it Brad?
Yes.
Okay. You guys in for the long haul, 30, 40, 50 years? Or what do you guys?
That is a great fortune teller answer.
We're not
question.
in it.
I have no
I'm
idea.
not in
I'm not good for 40
Me
years.
either.
Well, I mean.
I'm hoping I'm in it for 40
I'm out of here.
No, I just want to know, I mean,
Right behind
we're
you.
not going to build something and sell it. I mean, because you guys got several of them around, you manage them, so I figure you guys are here for the long run.
We always value our assets as if we're the long-term holders, and we want to make our properties as best as we can to provide a great community for the people that live there and the people that work around it.
I mean, your opinion is, because they brought up that it's going to bring values down. What's your guys' stand on that?
I believe we can collect information and have that at the next meeting that shows that that's not an accurate statement.
Have
They
you,
compared 2 property taxes from one in Kansas to their neighborhood here. I don't think that's I think that's an apples and oranges comparison, but I think we can come back with data that shows that there are lots of properties around apartment communities that retain value and or increase value.
as one who, because of what I did for a living, I know it's hard to believe I actually worked once upon a time, but I found that gated complexes really did a good job of managing that people really liked. I know I did. But if you should have discussions in this interim period, consider the gated concept. Consider it. Anyway, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Did you close?
No, I did not close yet. Are there any questions of the city?
I knew you would.
I just have a couple. One, can you tell me what the rule is on communicating public meetings with any project? I just want to clarify,
I mean, of course, there's the notification of all properties within 185 feet, and that is tied to state statute as well. And then the other thing is we do require neighborhood meeting before
But just one
coming to you. Yeah.
neighborhood meeting. So did this project meet all of the statutes that it needed to in regards to
Yes,
communication?
it appears they did, yes.
Okay. Second question, not really a question, maybe it's a question. I'm not real sure how to ask this without there being something else behind it, and there's not. I literally just want to know. I'm looking at a list with a bunch of Blue Springs addresses. Do those individuals pay into the City of Independence? And how do they pay into the City of Independence?
They don't pay city taxes unless they go to our shopping centers or something and
Okay.
pay sales taxes. No. She's talking about the people who are on the Woods Chapel, across Woods
Correct.
Chapel.
Correct.
Yes. So those residents in Blue Springs, yeah, they.
It's
No,
only if they go
don't.
shop.
The only way they contribute to the City of Independence would be, I guess, shopping
Okay.
in the city. Yeah.
Well, this is such a unique situation in my belief of just looking at it, because you have one side of the street that's one city and the other side of the street that's another city, and they're good neighbors. They really are good neighbors. I have to represent the people that are not in the room as well when I consider something. And I'm torn because I believe this could be a good addition for housing for the City of Independence residents versus the other areas just right across the street, right? So it's just, I'm just kind of milling with that and wanted to just make sure that my thought on one side of the street is Independence, the other side of the street is Blue Springs, and then how is that affecting a project that ultimately should be better for Independence. So I'm just trying to consider those that aren't in the room. So I yield back.
Thank you. Where do you feel like we're at on capacity for apartments? With our strategic plan, thank you.
So, with the housing study, and we talked about this before with the previous Dalton apartment, and this one does fit within that envelope. Now, I will say we are getting to that cap of what the housing study talked about in terms of this demographic of housing. Now, I can tell you we've had internal conversations about, looking at updating that here. That study was completed in 2022, so it wasn't that long ago. And that looked at a 20-year forecast for what the housing needs would be based on a lot of census data. I'm not going to go through all the details with it, but basically it did take into account, some of the more recent housing developments that we had built, and then, of course, some of the ones that we haven't built, which are the newer ones. And then we did have some, I think Redwood was another one that wasn't a part of the housing study, but that was a senior housing development. And so this one does fit within the envelope, but I will say that, with their analysis, and we would agree with that, we're getting to that point where we're hitting the max of what the housing study said. without further, update of that housing study to take in some of the new demographics and some of the new housing, excuse me, some of the new housing, interest rates and different housing markets that have somewhat changed over the last year. But that's the best data that we have, for right now. Is it, like, and they kind of said 80 units, I think, would be basically left in this particular price range. Excuse me. In this price range. And so really what we're looking at, if a new developer were to come in, let's say with another high-density housing development, they would have to provide a more in-depth needs analysis that would have to kind of go along with that housing study to show, does the city need this type of development in whatever area that they're looking at? I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Yeah. So, but you are exploring a new study? Or
We are looking at
updating?
that. Yeah, we're looking at trying to fund an update to it.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, I entertain any discussion or a motion.
You have the paperwork, Commissioner? I would make the motion, but I don't have enough paperwork.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve case 23-125-08. I think that's the first one you guys want to do, correct?
01.
08.
08 is the
08, sorry.
comp plan. Wait a minute.
This one here is going to be the rezoning, which I don't understand why it says this. Maybe they need to enlighten us a little more on it. The
I'm sorry, it's the 15001 would be the first one.
150-01, okay. Let's
It
go
was a
back
comp
to the
plan.
other one then.
I love it when I'm right.
Okay, you were right. Let's see, where did it go? I had it here.
I'll do the, Madam Chair,
Okay, oh, there it is.
Commissioner.
in the matter of case 23-150-01, comprehensive plan amendment at 1901 South Wood Chapel, in the request for rezoning, is that a rezone?
Comprehensive plan amendment.
Comprehensive plan, I move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
And we're ready for roll call.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
No.
Commissioner L. Wiley,
Yes.
and Chairman McLean.
Yes. Case number 23-150-01 has been approved. Next case,
In the Madam Chair,
yes.
in the matter of case 23-125-08, rezoning UD at 1901 Southwood Chapel from C2 General Commercial to R30 High Density, I move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
And we're ready for roll.
Commissioner Ferguson,
No.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
No.
Commissioner L. Wiley,
Yes.
and Chairman McLean.
Yes. Case number 23-125-08 rezoning has been approved. Before you all leave, I appreciate so much that you came and talked to us and you were patient with how long this took. I apologize to y'all over there. We will get to you quickly. But I do appreciate your voice. I voted yes because I do feel like it's a good project for this space. It has sat for so long and nobody's been able to attract anything. And my fear is always, as things develop, when something's left commercial in a residential area, bad things can happen. We've seen it in Independence, and I think it is a good barrier, and it is a good mix, so. And the fact that Blue Springs School District wasn't here to talk against it actually spoke volumes to me, so.
What was that?
Next case.
Next case. Okay.
Where the hell is my paperwork?
Case number 23-100-21, rezoning of 1507 West US 24 Highway. Staff, will you give us a report?
Yes, this is case 23-100-21, Amilcar's Auto Repair at 1507 West US 24 Highway. The applicant is Amilcar Miranda, and the action is to rezone these two properties from C2 General Commercial to C3 Service Commercial. So here's the map showing the surrounding zoning. You can see along the highway it is all C2 with some to the south, some R6 single-family residential. And I'm not sure if you can tell on this image that this is actually two properties. The business takes up two lots. So next is the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan shows for this area to be used for residential purposes. Here's an aerial photograph showing the property. This was prior to the code compliance case that was started for this property. So background, in April of 2023, the applicant received notices of codes violations from the Business Licensing and Code Enforcement Divisions. The applicant had been storing vehicles awaiting repair or waiting to be picked up on the site. Vehicle storage is not allowed use in C2 districts. This requires a C3 or I1 zoning. Additionally, the stored vehicles were overflowing onto an adjacent property not owned by the applicant and onto the US 24 highway right-of-way. In June of 2023, the applicant was required to attend a mandatory administrative hearing with community development staff in which staff discussed ways that the applicant could become code compliant. In the hearing, the applicant inquired about rezoning the properties to C3 to allow for general automotive repair and vehicle storage. So the property history. This location was first platted in 1888. It was replatted in 1921. The land that compromises the current parcel was part of 3 lots oriented to have frontage along Park Avenue. The property remained in this configuration for the rest of the 20th century. In 1965, when the City of Independence introduced zoning, this area was designated C3 Commercial. In 1980, the zoning was updated to C2 General Commercial. At some point in the early 2000s, the block along US 24 highway was replatted again. The subject property is the easternmost of these 3 lots. When the current UDO was adopted in 2009, these properties remained C2 General Commercial. The properties have continued to be zoned C2 since 1980. The physical characteristics of the property. The applicant is operating on 2 lots, both owned by Mr. and Mrs. Mesa. A beige metal building with 3 garage doors sits on the lot, and an open area exists to the east and is screened in by a fence that extends to the outer property lines along the sides and rear of the site. The entirety of the area inside the fence appears to be dirt or gravel. From the building setback line to the highway is an asphalt paved area used for parking and vehicle storage. Characteristics of the area. The area on the north side of US 24 highway is wooded and undeveloped. Similarly, the lots to the east and south are primarily vacant, and many of them are densely populated with trees. The property directly to the south of the subject properties has a single-family home, but the portion of the lot that abuts these subject properties is dense with trees. Directly to the west of the subject properties are 2 other automotive repair businesses. The proposal. The applicant has been operating an automotive repair business at this location. Although approved for limited automotive repair, the business has been operating as a general automotive repair business as defined by the UDO. This type of activity is not allowed in the existing C2 commercial zoning. The applicant would like to rezone the properties to C3 service commercial to continue to operate a general automotive repair business. This would allow the applicant to provide full service auto repair and vehicle storage if properly screened. So now for the analysis. Regarding the consistency with the Independence for All strategic plan, rezoning these properties would not be consistent with the Independence for All strategic plan. The objectives of the strategic plan include reducing blight, improving visual appearance, and stabilize and revitalize neighborhoods. Rezoning these properties to allow a heavier commercial use, particularly with the current business that occupies the properties having a history of code violations, will not move the city closer toward achieving these objectives. Regarding the comprehensive plan and the guiding land use principles, one of the guiding principles outlined in the comprehensive plan is to foster redevelopment opportunities within the city to revitalize unused or underused property. The policies derived from this principle encourage redevelopment or adaptive reuse of vacant or underutilized building and sites, and to eliminate slum and blight. There are several vacant and underused properties in the area. Rezoning these properties to C3 and allowing a heavier commercial use may limit the attractiveness of the surrounding and nearby property to businesses and developers seeking to develop the area in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Zoning. Section 14.301.02e of the UDO defines C3 districts as being intended to accommodate heavier commercial activities that are typically not found in or compatible with mixed-use or neighborhood-oriented environments. Although the property is not a budding property zone for residential purposes, it is in close proximity to many single-family residences. Allowing the heavier commercial use at this location may have a negative effect on nearby residents and alter the character of the surrounding residentially zoned area. Regarding historical and archaeological sites, there are no apparent historical or archaeological issues with this property. Regarding public utilities, all utilities are present in the adjacent rights of way. And regarding CIP investments, currently there are no CIP investments in this area. However, this location is just west of the planned 24 Complete Street project, currently in the easement and acquisition stage from River Boulevard to 291 Highway. So here are the images that I took. I believe this was on Thursday of last week. So this is facing south, looking directly at the property. This is facing west, looking up US 24 Highway. You can see the vehicles double parked there. This is US 24 Highway facing east, and you can see the vacant lots along the right side of the image. This is facing north, looking directly across 24 Highway. You can see it's wooded as I described. So this is facing south, looking at the adjacent vacant lots. As you saw previously in the aerial photograph, there were a number of cars that had been parked there. They have since been removed from these adjacent lots. And then finally, here's the looking southwest at the property in the parking lot. You can kind of get a better idea of kind of the scope of the property and the scope of the business. You can see the amount of cars parked in the parking lot and along US 24 Highway. So staff does not recommend approval of this rezoning for the following reasons. Due to the predominant C2 zoning along this corridor, C3 zoning would be out of character for this portion of 24 Highway. Although the properties do not directly abut residential homes, there are single-family homes to the south of this lot in close proximity to other single-family residences. C3 districts are generally reserved for commercial activity that is not compatible with residential neighborhoods. The comprehensive plan envisions this area to be used for residential neighborhoods. Heavy automotive repair and other uses acceptable in C3 districts are not compatible with the vision of future land use in the comprehensive plan. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of staff before we bring the applicant up?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair. Is there a conference held between staff and an applicant prior to tendering an application?
Occasionally, there can be, depending on exactly what the issue is. Regarding this specifically, there was originally the administrative hearing that was, I believe Brian was there. That was before I started.
I was called in.
But with the code enforcement and business licensing were there as well. But I did meet with the applicant to discuss more the process of applying, not necessarily the specifics of land use, but the process of applying for rezoning.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I have two questions. One is clarification on the property owner notification letter, the proposed case type, the rezoning box is checked, and on the planning and zoning form, the special use permit is marked. Is that just a whoops?
Well, so the applicant speaks Spanish as a first language, and there's some difficulty communicating, and so I think there was a miscommunication about whether or not this was rezoning or a special use permit. So that was one of the things that I discussed with the applicant was what the requirements are, and that this is rezoning, not special use.
Okay. My second question is why this is not being recommended. There was said it's fine for limited auto repair versus commercial general auto repair. Can you tell me what takes it from limited to more general?
Yeah, so generally limited auto repair is, stuff you get done in a day, like oil change or maybe getting your tires or brakes, something that takes less than a day. Oftentimes you may even just stay on the site while you wait. General automotive repair is, and again, this is why the vehicle storage component is stuff that might take longer than that. Transmissions, working on the engine, things that are just much more intensive. And but it also includes, and they're not doing this on this site, but general automotive repair would also include working on tractor trailers and larger vehicles like that would not be allowed in a limited auto repair.
Okay. And then, so currently they can operate as a limited.
Yeah.
Is there any recommendation from staff about just the number of cars, and quite frankly, I haven't looked myself, but that are not drivable, could never be repaired, needing to be removed, because that would make it more fitting to limited?
So I do know that, that's what kind of kicked this whole process off, and I know that the code enforcement division has been working with them on that. As you can see, they did do quite a, they removed all those cars that were parked on the vacant lots, and they did remove some of those vehicles that were in the screened area. So they have been improving the amount of vehicles. However, as you also saw, there still are quite a few there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the applicant come forward? Do you want to speak? Yeah. If you just state your name and your address. Home.
Okay, his name is Amilcar Miranda, and he lives on 219 South Downey Avenue in Independence, Missouri, 64056.
Thank you. Is there anything you would like us to know about this project? About why you wanted to switch?
My problem is I fix a car, this oil change, only oil change, brakes. Maybe I need expanded my business for the customer. I need expanded my business. I have too much car inside. I need move this car, or I need fixed motor. I need fixed transmission. Only in a small car, no big car, only a small car.
So basically what he was saying is that if he was actually to get the C3, that he wouldn't work on like bigger vehicles as he was saying. He would work on like actual day-to-day basis cars.
Okay. Yes.
Just for the, because this is being recorded, could you move the microphone a little? Like, no, you're good. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, anyone?
I do.
Okay.
I want to look at somebody's livelihood and something they've been doing and be able to support that. Just looking at the pictures, it seems to have grown to something that cannot be maintained and be aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood, which is how the code enforcement got involved, it sounds like. So would he be able to continue if we did not change the zoning?
Creo que cuando ellos se metieron con usted, básicamente dijo que su taller no se miraba bien a la economía, no se mira representable. Entonces, si usted no agarra el C3, ¿todavía puede hacer lo demás?
No sé si ellos me lo autorizan, pero sí lo que quiero es crecer en el negocio.
What he was wanting to do was grow, like to make his business a little bigger and grow for like more customers. But he said it's whatever you guys let him do.
So I like just having good conversations with citizens that come before us. In the current state, it's not likely that he'd be able to expand. So I'm just looking at it from my eyes on what's on there. But doing a better job with code, doing a better job as a business in City of Independence, I think there could be that possibility when it becomes more apparent that that can be handled. It doesn't look like it could, that the changing the zoning could be handled by his business. That's just my perception. I kind of want to know what he thinks. What could he do to improve the situation both aesthetically and just the sheer number of stuff that's around that building in order to be able to serve even more? I mean, it doesn't seem possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'd just like to know what kind of things would he do with the actual business to improve it if given a change in zoning? Does that make sense?
¿Qué pudo hacer usted si ellos le dan el C3? ¿Qué va a hacer usted para hacerlo mejor y para que se mire mejor para todo el mundo?
traduce, dile que hemos invertido mucho dinero en lo que es tecnología.
So he said that he's invested a lot in technology.
Sí. Tal vez necesitamos hacer alguna remodelación del edificio enfrente, pintarlo.
He said he probably would renovate the building on the outside to make it look better because he is renting, so he would have to ask.
Dile que no trabajamos afuera, solamente adentro.
He said we only work in the inside, not outside.
Sí, y poder invertir más en mano de obra, emplear a más personas.
He would like to also employ more people in his business.
So quick question, as a renter, can he change the zoning? Can he request?
Yes, so he is the applicant and the owner has signed the application.
I see,
So the
okay.
owner is aware and has signed the application as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak for this case? Is there anyone here who would like to speak against this case? Hearing none, commissioners, do you have any more questions before I close the case? Nope. Closing the public portion of this case.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like the guy to probably, he needs to clean up his stuff, in my opinion, before he tries to rezone.
I agree.
I do not think, because even though he's just renting, he could lose his rent, and we zone this C3, the next person can come in and start putting commercial trucks there, so.
That's what worries me probably more than anything,
Anything,
is
yes,
because we're already, to their point, is part of the strategic plan. It's already C2, so if we change it to C3, it changes everything.
It changes everything, right. So, my opinion is that we need to leave it as C2.
There is no compliance at C2, so why would we expand it to C3 for more violations?
Agree.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
In the matter of case 23-100-21, rezoning at 1507 West US Highway, in the matter of zoning from C2 General Commercial to C3 Service Commercial, I move for approval.
Is there a second?
I second.
And we're ready for a vote.
Commissioner Ferguson,
No.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
No.
Commissioner Preston,
No.
Commissioner Wiley,
Sadly, no.
Chairman McLean.
No. Case number 20, oh shoot, 23, I just lost it. Case number 23-100-21, rezoning 1507 West 24 Highway has been not approved.
Further action.
What?
Further action. It'll go to the city council.
Okay, oh, yes. So, it'll go to the city council on October 16th for first reading. Okay,
Without our recommendation.
You might need to explain that.
yeah, so you will be able to go to city council on October 16th for another try. Thank you, and I'm so sorry it went so late. And I've lost my agenda somewhere in this pile. So case number 23-400-12. Staff, will you give us the report, please?
Yes. This is case 23-412, short-term rental at 3610 South Chrysler Avenue. The applicant is Daniel Lager Curiel.
Josh, you said 3610, it's at 3612?
Well, so I was going to address that.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me just first say this is for a short-term rental. So I should have and could have done a better job in the staff report. So there is some discrepancy with the addressing. So the address on the building itself is 3610, and the utilities are in that address. However, the county has recorded that as 3612. So for tax purposes, it's 3612. I have discussed with the applicant about the steps that we need to take to get that corrected so that everywhere it is 3610. And so that's something that we're going to do. Okay. So I should have clarified that in the staff report. I know it goes back and forth, so I apologize for that.
Thank you.
So here is an aerial photograph of the property. It's the one with the horseshoe drive in the front, and then a driveway that wraps around the back. And here's the nearest short-term rental map. It is far enough away that it is permitted. It's greater than 500 feet from another short-term rental. Here's the floor plan provided by the applicant. This is the ground floor. You can see there are 3 bedrooms. And here's the floor plan for the basement. Here's the evacuation that was provided, the evacuation plan, rather. And then the evacuation plan for the basement. Regarding the parking plan, as indicated in the aerial photograph, there's a horseshoe drive in the front and then an additional driveway that kind of wraps around the back. So for some background, the property history, the house is located at 3610 or 3612 South Chrysler Avenue and was built in 1953. It was built as a single-family home and continues to be a single-family residence in use and design. The characteristics of the property and the proposal are the 1,162 square foot beige single-family residence lies on a 17,538 square foot lot. The house has 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a dining room, and 1 bathroom on the main floor. The home also has a basement with an office, game room, gym, laundry room, and additional bathroom. There's a horseshoe driveway in the front yard, and an additional driveway continues from the horseshoe driveway into the backyard and around the house. There is a garage that enters the basement. I'm not sure if the garage, that the applicant can discuss whether or not you can enter the garage from the back. I'm not entirely sure. But the proposal is that the applicant would like to use this property for a short-term rental to be listed on Airbnb, VRBO, and a website called RealBnB. The characteristics of the area: the surrounding, mostly single-family neighborhood features homes of similar design and size. Most of the area houses are post-World War II ranch-style houses. There are sidewalks along both sides of Chrysler Avenue. Regarding the parking, as mentioned, the property has a single-car wide horseshoe driveway in the front yard and an additional driveway that wraps around the home. This driveway can accommodate several vehicles. The applicant has indicated that there is enough space for 6 or more vehicles. This location is not suited for street parking. Given the large amount of driveway space, this should not be an issue. Unruly guests and security. Devices will be installed to monitor noise level, occupancy, motion, and the temperature in the home. A responsible agent that lives in the area will be able to address any issues. And the applicant has not provided more detail on how unruly guests will be managed. I'm sure that he can shed some light on that as well. The short-term rental requirements. Regarding the noise monitoring, the applicant will be using a noise monitoring system called Minute. Trash removal. Trash pickup is scheduled with Ted's Trash for weekly pickup on Tuesdays. The property listing will be on, as I mentioned, on Airbnb, VRBO, and a direct booking site called RealBnB. The business operations, Cameron Ray with RealBnB will be responsible for the site, security, and general business operations, including screening customers and coordinating bookings. The city's short-term rental checklist. The form was completed by the applicant covering licensing, future inspections, insurance, on-site information posting, and so forth. Fire safety. A fire evacuation plan has been submitted along with floor plans of the house. The fire escape plan must also be posted per code requirement. City inspection. The property has been inspected by the fire inspector and passed the initial short-term rental fire and life safety inspection. And there are no other short-term rentals in the area. Therefore, this application follows the density limitations of the city code. Okay, so here are the images of the property. So this is looking directly at the property. So as I mentioned, I took these, with the last case, I took these pictures on Thursday. That was the day of the Chiefs game. And so I did get to meet some people that were currently staying there. They were in from out of town for the game. I made sure it was okay that they were in the pictures, and they didn't mind.
So that this is an applicant operating without a license?
It appears so, yes.
Why does it appear so? It is, isn't it?
I'm not sure the details of this specific booking, but I think the reason that this was originally brought up was because business licensing had reached out that they were operating. Now, maybe they could talk about this. Maybe there's some really good friends from Detroit. I'm not sure. They just could stay here. You can ask the applicant about that. So to continue, this is looking south down Chrysler. And this is looking up Chrysler in the opposite direction. This is looking directly across the street. And this is the adjacent property to the south. This is the adjacent property to the north. And the staff recommendation is approval. We recommend approval of this short-term rental with the following conditions. The short-term rental shall obtain a business license in accordance with the city code and comply with Article 3, Chapter 5 of the city code. The occupation license number shall be listed on all advertisements and online platforms. The business must comply with all safety and other standards established by Section 14.420 of the city code. The maximum occupancy on the premises shall be limited to 8 persons. The code allows for 10, but on their application they only applied for 8. Similarly, when the code allows up to 4 bedrooms in a short-term rental, the maximum number of bedrooms for this application shall be 3. And the noise monitoring system shall be installed and activated in the common areas accessible to all tenants. The good neighbor guidelines, evacuation plan, and other notices must be properly posted prior to approval of the business license. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Will the applicant come forward? And state your name and your address, please.
Sure. Daniel.
Yeah, you might have,
Yeah.
Perfect.
Daniel Lagerkriel, 13917 Hayes Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66221.
Thank you. Tell us, I guess, anything you'd like to tell us about why you're doing it, who's monitoring it?
Yeah, as they mentioned, the RealBnB are going to be the property managers for the property. I think they're well known here in Kansas City, and they have properties in many states. Well, I mean, the only thing that the business license, for instance, I didn't apply for it yet because I didn't know which number to use, 3610 or 3612. But I guess we'll be using 3610 as we'll changing that to that number. And yeah, I mean I have few properties here in Kansas City area. I have my W-2 job. I'm a software engineer, but also I have some investment properties here in Kansas City and in Arizona as well. So I wanted to expand my properties here in the area.
Okay,
Yeah.
commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
How many properties you have in Independence?
I'm sorry?
How many properties do you have in Independence?
This is the first one.
Okay, when did you start renting it out?
Well, we started previously this year, but we started as a midterm rental, so it's not a short term. I mean, they rent it for more than a month.
Okay.
So the real B&B can tell you more about that, but I mean, they rent it out through their website and Airbnb, but it's just for over a month. So the people that are currently, well, I don't know if there are people right now, but I mean, they stay for a month. For instance, on the NFL draft, a company came over for almost 2 months and stayed on our property because they were going to do some work for the draft itself. So, so this is we want to approach just for the weekends, especially right now with the NFL season starting, to have like people coming over just for the weekend.
Okay.
But we used to do like midterm.
What's your minimum stay setup?
Well, I mean, right now,
Like, do you allow just one overnight or two? What's your minimum?
it's going to be, after we get the permit, it's going to be, I think, at least 2.
Okay.
But right now, it's over a month. They have to stay for over a month for a midterm rental.
Okay, okay.
Any problems on doing what the city wants done with the noise and all that? You okay doing all that?
Yes, I think they use that system, Minute, for
Okay.
the noise leveling system, and they will monitor everything.
Okay, so that's your property management's monitoring all that and everything, doing that
Yes.
for you?
And they just actually added some cameras also, so that we identify if there's like any issue with anyone.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? You're tired. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here who would like to speak for this case? Is there anyone here who would like to speak against this case? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public portion of this case. Commissioners, any discussion, or I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve case, what the heck, I can't say it, 23-400-12.
Is there a
Short-term
second?
rental.
I second.
All right, we're ready for a vote. Not a question, a statement.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiley,
Yes.
and Chairman McLean.
Too eager to say yes.
Yes. Case number 23-400-12, short-term rental, has been approved. Thank you. And thanks for hanging out so long. Apologize. Okay, next case. Case number 23-175-05, UDO amendment number 59.
What about 23?
What's the next page? What?
This one.
Did I say it right, wrong? Staff report, please.
Thank you. So, save the best for last, as always. So what you have before you today is a amendment, what we call 59. It basically is an update to our vehicle sales, gasoline fuel sales, motor vehicle repairs, and car washes code. I'm just kind of going to go through some of the basic highlights of what's in here. As you know, obviously there's a lot of stuff in here, so it's a pretty significant number of code updates that we're looking at. The first section, which is 14201-01, which is the general terms section. So in order to do what we...
Madam Chair, if this is going to be what I think it is, an exhaustive reading, given the hour of day and the fact that the learned counselor...
Oh, he's going to blame it on you.
Yes.
Would it be reasonable that we would continue this activity to the next meeting? Because it is an exhaustive reading. And I don't think I'm capable at this point of going any further.
You can't he can give us the highlights. Didn't you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, did you like it?
I thought it was brilliant.
So yeah, me too. I'm just getting my second wind, and you all want to go home?
What does the next meeting's
Madam
agenda
Chair,
look like?
I withdraw comment.
You
and
do not
yield
have
back.
to.
I think so far we have 2 items. I will point out, however, I believe time is kind of the essence on this because we have
That's what we need to hear.
We have a
We
more...
are good soldiers.
Yeah,
The faster you talk, the,
we have a moratorium that'll be expiring soon, so I think we need to... Yeah.
okay.
So, like I said, I'm just going to
For
kind
the
of...
good of the order, you should continue, sir.
I'm just going to go over some of the highlights. So we had to change the definitions to be able to basically update a lot of these things.
In spite of the council.
That kind of gets into the next thing, that we separated these things out into different sections. Again, we had them all lumped in the previous code. We did break it out for commercial and industrial vehicles, equipment sales. So those are sections 14301-03 and 14302-03. Basically, we added that for these types of commercial and industrial vehicle sales, that they would be required to have a special use permit, therefore coming before this group. Basically kind of going over some of the vehicle sales changes. You guys could read through this. We added some requirements for things like hard surface parking, the vehicle quality. So for example, they have to be operable and they have to meet state requirements. We do require things like screening. And for any new developments, we make sure that any of their overhead doors must be located away from residential uses. Used car lots, this is kind of a big one. We basically followed our tow lot limitations, so this would limit the number of establishments to 1 per 12,000 residents. Require a minimum of 200 square feet for each vehicle storage, which is essentially the minimum space of a parking stall, and then require 750-foot separation from other auto uses, and then, of course, require things like landscaping and making sure that there's at least a 1,000 square foot structure. We do have situations where we have small little parcels where we have tiny little buildings, and they're not big enough to store vehicles, and so they end up putting them in the park. They end up putting them like in the right of way, along maybe a 40 highway or 24 highway. So this was to address that issue, and then of course make sure that they have all their proper state licensing and bonding. Again, we separated out things like, we wanted to make sure that we separated some of these from motor vehicle rental agencies. We do require for them, for example, 200 square foot space to store their vehicles, and again, separating out things like motorcycle, ATV, boat dealers, because we know they operate slightly different than like a used car lot. Requiring them, it does allow them to have things like elevated displays, but they have to be per a site plan that's been approved, and we do require them to make sure that they have all their paved areas, or all their display areas paved. The inclusion of curbs to prevent them from encroaching on landscaped areas, and any repairs and services within the completely enclosed buildings. car dealerships, and these would be more of the new car dealerships. We do allow them to have displayed areas as well, but prohibit them from being in things like the required setbacks. We also, in this one, some of these you're going to see very similar for each one of them, but also requiring things like curbs to keep vehicles from encroaching into setbacks or landscape areas. And again, service, repair in the vehicles inside of completely enclosed buildings. And then making sure that all things like tires and parts and trash are all stored or screened from view of the public. Heavy vehicle dealers, which this would be, these are the, I'm going to just kind of go over the definitions, but the heavy vehicle dealerships would be establishments that sell or trade heavy-duty trucks, vans, utility vehicles, and like hauling trailers. Those would also require curbs to keep them from encroaching on setbacks and landscape areas. And they are allowed outdoor storage, but they have to be screened by either the placement of whatever it is they're storing or having like an 8-foot screen fence. And then, of course, also having tires, trash, and other similar objects stored and screened away from the view of the public. Gasoline fuel cells, these would be gas stations, basically. We are requiring that they have basically a 50% increase in perimeter landscaping and 25% increase in landscaping along private street or public and private streets. And this would be in addition to the existing landscape screening that's required in Article 14.503. Basically, what this would do is we're looking at making things similar to kind of what you see on the new Quick Trip to make sure that there's enough green space from the back of curb to where the parking lot starts. Our current code has a standard landscape setback, but it's not as big as what you would see in something like a new Quick Trip. So the goal is to try to kind of mimic what they already did in their existing plan. It clarifies things like canopy lighting. This would just be what you see over the pumps, basically, making sure that the canopies are set back 25 feet from the street property lines, and then making sure that the canopies must be 50 feet from any residential zone districts. We also wanted to make sure that some aesthetics are in there, so we require the columns of any canopy to be 2 feet wide, and then have things like brick, stucco, decorative masonry block that matches the actual principal structure, which follows our non-residential design standards. And then, of course, adds a 750-foot separation from any other auto use. And then we do have a requirement that larger facilities have to come before this commission for a special use permit. And so that would be basically gas stations that are 25 pumps or more. Anything less than that would still just follow the code, but anything more than 25 pumps would have to come before this commission for a special use permit. And then motor vehicle repair section, which is 14.418. Again, some of the similar things that you've seen in some of the other ones, prohibiting outdoor motor vehicle repair activities, and making sure that motor vehicles are not on the property more than 30 days. Prohibits the outside storage of auto parts, and then requires 750-foot separations from other auto-related uses. Again, prohibiting the use of storing anything in the right-of-way, and then having screening between that property and residential properties, and a 60-foot setback from any residential buildings or that also have overhead doors that are not facing residential. So. Requires the city to have, they also have to follow the city's access management policy as well. Car washes, last section, 14.413, we amend this to have a minimum lot area for car washes of 30,000 square feet for all types of car washes, and adds a maximum number of car washes of 1 per 7,200 residents. And then, of course, we also include on this a 750-foot minimum separation between any other auto-related use. So that is what is in these code sections. Very highlighted, quick overview, and I will entertain any questions you may have.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Rick, I know I've been talking about electric. What do we got anything coming up for electric car charging stations?
So we don't have anything in here requiring things like electric charging stations and vehicle fuel cells. I think, you know, and it's an interesting concept. It's something, obviously, if it becomes more prevalent, which more than likely it will, but we don't have anything that we require any kind of private development or commercial development install those. Not to say that in the future we might entertain looking at something like that, but
Well, I know Walmart has them out there off of 40 and them.
Target.
Target's got one, but I mean, I didn't know if there's any codes they gotta follow for putting that stuff in. or-
no, I say we don't have any codes for it. Now, it is a question that, you know, we do ask sometimes, you know, are you going to consider putting in electric car or electric stations? We've seen, obviously, some recent gas stations that have not done that, but I'm guessing that has more to do with just kind of a market-driven type of thing. My guess is most of the time, I think we did this with a Quick Trip. Basically, they have the capacity or the abilities to do these in the future if they need to transition. And so my guess is they've kind of already looked at that possibility in the future. But again, it's not something that we've required in the code.
Can you remind me real quick, does any of these changes, or does it exist already in code, that we're limiting the number of car washes in the city, limiting the number of limited repair shops, limiting the number of gas stations, et cetera?
So the limitations is really for the used car lots and then the car washes.
Okay.
And by putting that in there, I'll tell you that the last number we had for used car lots was like 66. Now, keep in mind that varies because it depends on the business licensing. Some of those business licensing are, when we look at our system, some of them are pending, some of them are outdated, so we don't know if it's 100% that. So it's going to vary, but it's somewhere in the 60 range. This would limit it to 11 or 12 based on population. As far as the car washes are concerned, that 1 per 7,200, last we looked at the business licensing, we had about 21. I think it was 21. Don't quote me on that, but it's either 21 or 23, but I think it's 21. But some of those, again, you know, they're pending renewals, so maybe they're active, maybe they're not active. This would limit it to, I believe, 17.
Thank you.
So are we gonna get something on electric or, I mean, I'm just trying to make sure we're staying up. I mean, we need to have something in the codes about it.
I'm guessing when there's a need
Well, there's gonna be a
and
need.
capitalism, that
Yeah.
more will be demanded.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's certainly something we'll look into, but we have not included that in this.
Well, I know you haven't included, I just wonder if there's something down the pike we need to be looking at.
So maybe we can recommend it as a body, that's something that they start to study
Right.
and look at.
Did you close?
No, I didn't include it. Okay, is there anyone here who would like to speak for this case? Is there anyone here who would like to speak against this case?
Told you, there's nobody left.
Nobody left. Hearing none, I'm going to close the public portion of this.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we approve case 23-175-05, UDO amendment number 59.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
No discussion.
Oh, I have so much to say.
Council,
We're ready for a
is there
vote.
a limit on the number of words in a night?
I think so, and we're past it.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner L. Wiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes, thank you.
Chairman McLean.
Yes. Case number, hang on. 23-175-05 UDO amendment number 59 has been approved. And I will say, I mean, I read it, I am so excited about this. I think this is such a huge, I know you guys, this was a lot of work. So I really appreciate it. I think this is a really good move.
It is a
And will be very
necessary
helpful.
move.
Yep. So, is there anything for the roundtable?
I do have one thing for the roundtable. That's just an invite from me. That's why it's in front of you. No, my question is more about the agenda. Going forward, can we make sure that things that, instead of a lot of people hanging out for a long time?
It's up to me.
Okay,
and
is
I
that?
just didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
It was just, I
It was a
missed
mistake.
it.
So it normally.
We did not catch it.
We would like the short-term rental guy
Yeah.
speak and
Yes.
go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just really not focused on how many people would be here to talk about it, how long the presentations would be, the gentleman, how long that one would be. So that's totally my fault. I could have
I
and should
share
have
that for.
moved that up.
And then this is more of like a question that I just want to know for the future. So he handed that list of all the people who did not want that North Point development. But as I was notified by Rick, that was not a legal protest. And I think that should have gotten in the record somehow
Yeah, we should have. noted
before it
that.
goes to the city council. And I just wondered, is there anything
You just did.
I can do?
Well,
Okay.
that actually won't go to the city council, correct?
Yeah, it actually
No,
wouldn't be
they have to
part of
approve it, right?
No, I don't mean the item, I mean the petition.
Oh, right.
But obviously, we're having the discussion right now, so we'll include it in the minutes.
Because
but,
they're going to show up and, so,
Won't be able to talk.
good point, okay.
I mean, they can talk before it, sometimes, but
Yeah.
then the time it goes, they won't be able to talk.
But, and the talk will be limited to not more than 5 minutes.
They should go by our rules, 3 minutes. 5 minutes is a long time.
What 3 minutes, Madam Chair?
This meeting has dissolved and is adjourned at 10:20 PM.
I think-